Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to my stream. As usual, we welcome all non-human identifying sentient creatures who might be out there, as well as any the non-sentients who might be enjoying the poker action today. Currently, we're playing two games. The €1 Falling Star, our old friend. We play that very frequently. And the €2 Singularity, and once again, another old friend that we play very frequently. So here we are. We'll be jumping into the €5 Falling Star here coming up shortly as well, I'm guessing. And we'll see what happens from there. I don't know how long we're going to go. Today, I'm a little tired today, but we'll see how things go. Been a lot of streams over the last couple of days, so be nice to take a day off tomorrow. Watch Ian for a bit. I'm assuming he's back tomorrow. How's everyone doing today? As you can see, we're playing with Elrond's army once again today. Switched out into 10 Jelly for a while yesterday as well, but decided to go back to Elrond's army. It was literally the first hand we played in the Singularity. Still haven't really played one in the Falling Star yet. We'll be putting in a raise with our 8s here. Get a call from the button. So I created the home game we were talking about. There is a game scheduled for noon today, but I'm guessing that's going to be way too early for anybody to have joined the home game and get registered in the evening. Mr. Mersey, good to see you, my friend. As I was saying, I did create the home game. On Stars. The information is on my Twitter, although I should copy that here, I suppose. Let me do that. Let me grab that. So there's a limp, and I just called from the small blind here pre-flop. We flop top pair. I probably should have let out, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, looking at this. So this whole hand has gone pretty poorly for us. At least until the cards started coming on the board, and then it started to go really well for us. So I think we are going to lead out here. I have a feeling that if I check, it checks around far too often here. I think we have to try to get some value out of our King Jack. I think anybody who hit a 10 is going to be calling us. Anybody who's on a Jack, like the Ace Jack especially, is going to be calling us now. And we're going to be taking their money. And likewise here. So let's go with a slightly more than half pot bet. Something like 233, I think. So we're always ahead of the Jack 9. That's cool, but yeah, that was yeah. So for the home game, there's an 8 game in there now scheduled for noon. I don't think it's probably not gonna run today, and that's cool. I just put it in there just to make sure that I remembered how to create tournaments and stuff. But yeah, the main idea, it'll be play money mostly, or if we do have real money games, they'll be like really tiny buy-ins, the tiniest buy-ins we can put on them. It all depends on what you guys want. They're not gonna be, they're not gonna be like $100 mix games. That's for damn sure. I don't want to pay that much money to play those, especially not against friends. And I don't think anybody else needs to. I don't think we need to pay PokerStars the rake that would come from that sort of thing either. So, so that's cool. So feel free to go ahead and join there. I will be checking periodically throughout the day to see if there's new. I haven't seen any requests for membership come through yet. It may also be like, I don't know if somebody, maybe PokerStars still has to approve something. I know they said they're going to approve the club name, which is Mothership Poker. Right now we're just a number, but I think we're still allowed to. I think we're still allowed to use it. So, Yogi, good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome on board the mothership, my friend. Welcome on board. So actually, Mike, if you could go ahead and fire up your PokerStars client and... there we go. Looks like somebody's just requested a membership. Mr. Mersey, you are accepted, my friend. I'm going to put in the 3-bet here from small blind just because we're out of position for the most part. Oh, that's a rather fortuitous flop for our hand. Though, it's hard to know if we're going to get any value from it or not. Giggles! Good to see ya, good to see ya. Alrighty, I guess we'll call you off there, dude. I mean, I guess we'll call you off there. Too bad that wasn't the... El Dente, you are right. Unibet is the best. We love our Unibet. Welcome, by the way. I said too bad this wasn't the bounty, but here we are. It's the booty. We're not gonna be able to take this dude's booty because we don't have enough chips, but we turned the set, so we're in pretty good shape against the King Queen. Yeah, you're in, Mike. I've just approved you. I've just approved Cleeds and GN 1991 4 as well. So welcome, you guys. And as I mentioned, there is a play money. There's a play money 8 game starting at noon. So in about 45 minutes from now. So I think 4 people would be enough to get the game started, anyways. And then as new people register, I can get them added to the club as well. That's a good question. I don't know what I set the late reg. As. Yogi, just accepted your membership. Thank you very much. Let me have a quick look at our manage games. Late reg is only available for 10 minutes, unfortunately. I didn't actually... That's interesting. You know what? I didn't actually see an option for that when I was creating the tournament. So we got game speed, we got buy-in, we got format, we got currency. We got blind interval, we got payouts. There is no option to change, as far as I can see, there is no option to change the late reg period. Seems to be 10 minutes seems to be the only option we have. Unless I'm blind and missing. So I'm blind and missing something. So 10 minutes late reg, and unfortunately they're all going to be 10 minutes late reg, it looks like. Another pair of 8s. Let's put in arrays with that. Flop another set. A little bit of a straighty board, but we can't really be too scared of that. It's a pretty specific hand that let's try for his whole stack. He seems to want to snap call us. Vive la Unibet. I agree. I agree. Alrighty, so we currently have 5 members. I don't know if you guys looked at the homepage of the club or not, but this is the official whiteboard announcement for the home game club. Putting in a raise from early position with a pair of 9s here on the singularity table. Hello, Evisceration. I'm happy to be the poker grandpa around here, I suppose. Although I think Mike's got me capped on that one. That sounds like a great idea, Giggles. That's the way new ideas get sent out there. We do things for ourselves a lot of times, and then other people decide, ooh, that looks really cool. Let's do it. The trouble I find is that when I make a tool for myself, it's generally pretty buggy. But I know where all the bugs are typically, so I avoid them when I'm using it, and I'm using it for specific purposes. But anytime I give it out to somebody else, it's just exhausting to have to explain. It's either exhausting to have to rewrite it so that it's useful for somebody else, or it's exhausting to have to explain to them how to avoid all the holes that I've left in the code. This is probably a loose call. He could easily have an ace here, but he could also easily be playing. There's lots of other hands he could have had there that wasn't an ace necessarily. So. It could do. There could be extra options if we get bigger or something. I don't know. But for now, we got 5 people in there. I'm paying attention to be able to. Grab new members if you guys join up again. So for the record, with the 8 game coming up, for those of you who don't know, what we'll be doing is we'll be playing a rotation, as the name suggests, of 8 games. Starts with deuce to 7 triple draw. Then we go into the horse rotation, which is limit hold'em, limit 08, limit Raz, limit stud 8. Then we jump on two big bet games with pot limit Omaha and no limit hold'em, and then we go right round back to the beginning again and start with another round of deuce to 7 triple draw. So it's a fun little game where you get to play a whole lot of different kinds of poker, from draw poker to 4-card poker to 2-card poker to 7-card stud layouts, and it just gives you a nice wide swath of possible poker games. It's a play money game. 20,000 chips. Unfortunately, that's it's the lowest buy-in I can make. It looks like it's the lowest buy-in I can make a play money game. So it's pretty easy to get free chips, though. If you like, once every 4 hours, you can just click a button, and PokerStars will give you 15,000 extra chips, no matter how much is in your account, as far as I can tell. When I was playing Vanessa's home games a lot, I would just leave the cashier open, and every few hours go back and check on it. When the button was active again, I would click the button and they'd give me 15,000 more chips, and I built up like 120,000 or 130,000 balance that way without even playing any poker. Yeah, well, and the transition from Raz to stud is the most dangerous part of any horse or 8-game rotation, because the cards you're getting look exactly the same, but what you have to do with them is completely different. And unless you're paying attention to the game switchover, I've seen so many people flips over into the first hand because it goes Raz stud, so you're playing low. You're playing around low, and then I've seen so many people it flips over into the stud round, and they're just betting, going to town on their low cards coming up on the board, and they haven't realized that it's flipped over into the stud round yet. And you're like, yes, let's go hard with my one pair of sevens here. We got this shit. It's a pretty common thing. So my best advice with 8-game horse, any of those where you're playing different games in the same rotation, always 100% of the time, get in the habit of, before you make any action, look at the center of the table and figure out what game you're playing. And you're going to think this is silly, but I've been playing mixed games for like 6 years, and I will check the game every single hand, right? Even though I know we just played Raz, I'll be every single hand. I'll be looking at that. I'll be looking at that table indication to be sure we're still in the game that I think we're in. It's just a really good habit to get into when you play mixed games. Well, hello, Aces, my old friend. Have you come to get cracked once again? I hope not. Yeah. Ask any of us in chat. I'm happy to. I'm happy to answer your questions in chat. 100%. I play these games a lot. I won't say I'm very good at them anymore because I don't play them as much anymore. But I certainly know how to play them. Of course, we're just calling this off here. I don't know why I'm tanking on the dude, but holy motherfucker! Did you guys see that bullshit? Did you guys see that bullshit? I mean, come on. Dude just fucking gets it in horribly, and then goes runner, fucking flush on me. What the hell? Jesus, it's gonna be one of those days, is it, Mr. Variance? Got him right where I wanted him. He fucking shoves his stack in with nada. And then he just goes fucking runner to get there. I tell you, there's just no justice in this world. At least not on the poker table. There's no fucking justice, that's for sure. Yeah, when you open the PokerStars client, the first thing that comes up when you open the PokerStars client is whatever your main lobby is. Bottom right corner, I have a icon bar on the right side of my client, my PokerStars client, and at the bottom of that is a home games icon. When you click on that, the home game screen comes up, and you should see my club listed, or you can click the join button. Yeah, I knew there was going to be a straight out there. Oh, pair of eights. Alrighty, well, I guess we'll be playing this one. Guess we get out of the way. Guess we get out of the way. Let's put in a raise here. Cool. Good. Good to hear, Avis. Once you click edit, once you click join, I will definitely get your membership process there. Vis, you are officially accepted, my friend. Did Giggles? Were you able to find the home game tab? So once you've joined the club, go to the schedule and register in the 8 game that's coming up if you want. Go Piglet, you are now an official member of the Mothership home game. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Don't want us to go 3 ways to the turn. If we're going to go to the turn, I want it to be 2 ways. May not get my I may not get my wish, but that's cool. This now gives me a chance to basically just shove and get a lot of value from my jack quite a bit. Oh, well, no, we're not playing. Yeah, we're not playing real money, guys. We're playing play money. So you should have. You should by default, I think, have at least 20,000 chips in your play money account. So we should be able to play whether you've got money in your stars account or not. So one of the reasons I haven't created a home game up to this point is because I'm actually not that thrilled with giving stars my business. So even if I do create real money games in that home game, they will be micro stakes games because I don't want to give stars any more money than we absolutely have to. The only reason I've created it there is because it's the only place, as far as I know, it's the only place online that we can play all these mixed games at. And that was the point of creating the club, was to have a place to go play mixed games. So yeah. Rest assured, though, I'm not going to be making any. I'm not going to be asking you guys to jump into any high stakes mixed games at all over there, unless we all mutually agree that that's what we want to do sometime in the future. But for the time being, I'm exclusively going to be running play money games or super low stakes, micro stakes games where 27-cent buy-in is like the average. So in your cashier, and this is I'm typing this out, so it's actually going to be delayed 3 minutes on my voice, but whatever. Fold the ace-10. Don't think I'm going to play the community poker today, just because we got the home game coming up, and I'm probably going to have the falling star, €5 falling star kicking off here shortly as well. So I'm going to be pretty full on tables. In fact, I'm actually going to pass on the falling star today because the 8 game is going to take a lot of my attention. I have a feeling, well, not just I have a feeling, I want to be really explaining the games for you guys as we go along, because I know that I'm probably the most experienced, well, maybe Mike, but Mike and I are probably the most experienced mixed game players we got here, and I know there's going to be games that other people have never played before, so So I'm quite happy to. So I don't think I want to be playing 3 Unibet games plus the home game because mixed games like 8 game is pretty brain intensive to start with. So I think I'm just going to leave it at these 3. I might late reg the Falling Star or the 2 Euro Zenith at noon, depending on what happens with these 2 games that I'm playing now. But for now, I think we'll just stick with these 2 on Unibet and then the home game when it pops up at noon. We got 4 people in the got 4 people registered in the home game so far. I do understand if you don't have if you don't have the play money, that's cool. Like I say, if you go to the cashier and there's a play money tab on my cashier, and on there there's a button that I can press to get 15,000 play money chips. And you can do that once every 4 hours. Yeah, so I just collected 15,000 chips. I had 199,000 in my account. I just collected 15,000 more. And the countdown started, so I've got in 3 hours and 59 minutes I can collect another chips. The home game will start in about 20 minutes, Giggles. And it should run pretty quick. There's not that many people in it, and the blind levels are going to go fairly fast. They're 5-minute blind levels, so they're not that long. Our idiot friend. Nice one, Giggles. Keep it up. Take down them tickets. Take down them tickets. Take down them tickets. Moofy, welcome to the home game. You have just been approved. So once you've joined on the club homepage, there's should be a schedule tab, and on the schedule tab you should see our 8 game that's starting up in about 10 minutes time. Be about 7 minutes by the time you hear this, since we're on our 3-minute delay. I think we're 3 minutes. We might be 4. I think we're 3. We're 3. Yeah, we're 3 minutes. We're 3-minute delay, 180 seconds. No, the rotation is always the same, and so you go through in the order that I put that on the command. It goes through that order, and then once you finish the no limit hold'em round, you're back playing deuce to 7 again, and it goes through an order. So you always know what's coming up next. It's worth noting that recently, on a couple of live 8 game sessions that I've watched, they've totally mixed up the order of the games. Now it has stayed. They've kept it so that the order is consistent in that particular game, but it's not the same order that I put. The order that I put in the command is the classic 8 game order. For example, Run It Once, Run It Up last time I was watching one of the 8 games streams on and they were playing games in a totally weird order, and I mentioned it on chat, and they're like, "Yeah, we just decided to mix it up a bit." So I guess some modern mixed games run a different order, but no matter what the order is, within the context of the tournament you're playing, the order will always remain the same, if that makes sense, right? It's never just gonna be a random game next. The only time that anything close to that happens is in a dealer's choice sort of situation, which we don't have in online tournaments as far as I can tell, but in live tournaments, basically the person on the dealer button, where each player at the table gets to pick a round of games, and they play a round of that game, and then the next person gets to pick, and so in that case you can jump from games that you're not going to be necessarily aware of until it's picked. But yeah, in an 8 game or a horse format, once you start the tournament, the order is always going to stay the same. Correct. Deuce to 7, triple draw, aces are high, and flushes and straights count against you. Hence the name Deuce to 7. The best hand in Deuce to 7 is 7-5-4-3 deuce. 6-5-4-3 deuce is a straight, so that is a strong poker hand, and therefore not a good Deuce to 7 hand. And you want those 7-5-4-3 deuce to have at least one rainbow card in them, because if you've got a flush, then that's also a strong poker hand and not good in Deuce to 7 as well. So basically what you're looking for, the nuts in deuce to 7, as the name suggests, is 7, 5, 4, 3 deuce. That is colloquially referred to as number 1 or first. And the hand rankings go down after that. And it is relatively easy to work that out. I mean, number 1 is 7, 5, 4, 3 deuce. Number 2 is 7, 6, 7, 6, 4, 3 deuce. Number 3 would be 7, 6, 5, 3 deuce. Number 4 would be 7, 6, 5, 4 deuce. And so on like that. All hands with the 7 as the biggest card beat any hand with the 8 as the biggest card. So 7, 6, 5, 4 deuce beats 8, 5, 4, 3 deuce, if that makes sense. A little confusing until we actually get into the game, but once you get into the game, I think you'll start to see how it works out. My best advice for the low games is to count backwards, right? Don't look at your hand as 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Look at your hand as 7, 5, 4, 3 deuce. Because the hand strength is worked out from the highest card first. So you compare the highest cards, and if the highest cards are the same, you compare the second highest card. If the second highest cards are the same, you compare the third highest cards, etc., like that. Alrighty, we are off to the break, and when we come back, the 8 game will have started up. We'll have 10 minutes of late reg too, so you still got time when we come back from the break. We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
No sloppy hose, Holiday, no changing clothes. Holiday, wash your car the modern way. Wash and shine with
Holiday, the car washing cream with the built-in shine. The shine that looks a foot deep. Johnson's Holiday washes, deep cleans, and polishes safely, easily. Leaves a shine that looks a foot deep.
Wash your car the modern way. Wash and shine with Holiday.
Friends, why suffer from the miserable symptoms of colds? Take tiny Krypton tablets with the beneficial action 3 out of 4 doctors prescribe. Doctors will tell you that the cold virus enters here through nose and throat passages. Krypton reverses the trend. In case after case, Krypton relieved, checked, and even stopped cold symptoms for good. Why suffer? Why infect your family? Get Krypton, 12 tablets for only 39 cents, and stop cold symptoms fast.
Thank you, Patty. What a thrill to take the wheel
Of a rocket Oldsmobile.
You know, there's a new word to describe that Oldsmobile thrill.
It's spelled O
L
D
S
M O V I L I T Y. O-L-D-S, Oldsmobility, glamorous new. Oldsmobility, powerful, yes. Oldsmobility in Olds 458. Just wait till you see Oldsmobility in action.
Like in the beautiful new Dynamic 88.
There's a new rocket engine under the hood, new power, and greater fuel economy.
Economy that matches the down-to-earth price of an 88. The lowest priced rocket engine car.
There's nothing like the 58 Oldsmobile.
Yes, there's no mobility like
O-L-D-S, Oldsmobility in Olds 458.
We'll see what happens when Milton and Peggy King do a production number with Mickey as one of the chorus boys. But first, an important message from RCA Victor.
New from RCA Victor. Handiest TV set ever built. RCA Victor Personal TV. Light enough to take anywhere.
Wonderful. What's that?
A detachable stand. Tilts for easy viewing.
How's the picture?
Sharp, clear. It's RCA Victor picture quality.
Where's the antenna?
It's hiding here. And there's even a connection for an outside antenna if needed. Make RCA Victor's new personal TV your very own set. Keep it in your bedroom. Watch the shows you want to see. Or use it in your office.
watch important newscasts, ball games. In your kitchen, anywhere in your home. Also ideal as a second set.
What's it cost?
Lowest priced RCA Victor ever. Only $125 in 3 modern colors. Pick it up at your RCA Victor dealer.
RCA Victor salutes National Radio Week, May 13th through May 19th. See your RCA Victor dealer.
These 2 portable radios are about to be dropped. Watch this daring crash test.
This case, completely demolished. But RCA Victor's non-breakable impact case doesn't have a scratch, chip, or dent. So tough, it's guaranteed for 5 full years by RCA Victor. No chipping, no cracking, no breaking. RCA Victor gives you a complete line of new portables, all completely restyled. Here's another RCA Victor exclusive. Twist this new wave finder antenna. Pull in your favorite stations loud and clear. Only RCA Victor portables have the non-breakable impact case. As low as $29.95 at your RCA Victor dealers.
Alrighty, well that title isn't correct yet, but we got the MotherShip home game 8 game on table 3. And there we go. Alrighty, so we've got this hand is basically an 876, which is not a great starting hand in deuce to 7, but you want to have hands with 7s in them for sure. If I get to limp into the pot here, which it looks like we're going to do, I'm probably going to draw 4 to my 7 and see where we go from there. So we've got a deuce now, and we've got 3 draws to play with. So I think we're actually going to almost certainly keep going here with a call and see another draw. So we're now 97.42 for our rough draw. And we've got a paired deuce, so we don't actually have a solid low at the moment yet. Let's just keep the pot small at this point. I think we're going to call because I think we got like a 1 draw to a fairly strong hand. So if we were in position, I would say that I had a 1 draw or a 2 draw, depending on what I saw a greedy man do. We don't have any choice, so we're just going to draw to the 9 and hope we get there. We do not get there, so we're playing an ace-9, which is probably not going to win unless greedy man has a paired. Ace-9 is only going to win when he misses, and that's a good hand. That's a good hand. So the King Jack Queen is a pretty crappy part of this hand, but the 5-4 isn't terrible. So I think we might make a call here and try to pull one. Try to see what happens when we draw 3 to our 45 or 54. 654. Yeah, see, we're drawing into straights now, and that's never really something you want to do. So I'm probably check folding. I will obviously draw again if we check around on this draw, but I'm probably check folding here to a bet. Yeah, I think we check folding to a bet here. Certainly any hand with a 7 and or a deuce in it is going to be a strong hand. So this is basically, if I get away from the queen and the jack here, I'm drawing to an 8-5 deuce, which is a pretty strong hand. I'd prefer it if we had a 7 in this mix instead of the 8, but we're pretty happy with what we've got at this point for a 2-card draw. Cleeds has got something. Cleeds has got something they want to play. I think we're still going to go. We're still going to try for this two draw. See what we get. It's a pretty strong two draw. I mean, the 8's obviously not perfect, but if we can hit a smooth 8, we're going to be in a pretty good shape. For the record, when people say smooth or rough in draw games like this, a smooth 8 would be 8-5-4-3 deuce. A rough 8 would be like 8-7-5-3 deuce, like that sort of thing, where it's not a super strong hand, if that makes sense. So I'm drawing to an 85 or 87-52 at this point. Just allowed Ant-Man in, so Ant-Man, you should now be able to I'm going to see one more draw here because we're drawing to a pretty strong hand with our 87. Oh, Greedy's padding. We might be drawing dead with our 87 here. Well, we're definitely dead now with the king. Yeah, you should still have time to reg the 8 game, although by the time you hear my voice saying this, it will be very close to the end of late reg, I think. But I believe it's still open. Alrighty, Yogs, no problem. Like I say, this was totally impromptu. I literally set it all up last night. I wasn't even sure if we get enough people in the club, but today to even run the game. So, you know. Alrighty, so next we're into the limit hold'em round now. You guys know how to play limit hold'em. I'm not going to have to explain too much about limit hold'em for anybody. So have some fun with some limit hold'em, folks. When I play horse, I always like to joke that limit hold'em is the punishment round in horse because it's a horribly slow game in my mind. And it's also the sort of game where just the most absurd suckouts will happen on you because at the end of the day, you've actually got odds to call with some pretty absurd hands a lot of times in limit hold'em just because nobody can raise big enough to take away the pot odds, right? So it's, and especially as you go deeper into the hand, you get better odds to call with worse shit. So it can get pretty absurd at times with the limit hold'em. It'd be kind of cool if Unibet could have some sort of a home game system like that. I'd really be willing to run some sort of a longer term league. We're going to flip off of the 8 game for a few seconds and go over here and have a look at our pretty kings on the Falling Star booty table. Sweet. Pretty happy about that. We're going to be snapping that off, of course. By the way, remind me in chat, who's greedy? Who's greedy man 311? I'm forgetting at the moment. We're snapping off with the kings here. Oh, against queens. We hodl. Gotta like that. And we take a booty. We got a booty. We got a booty. Equals 0.34 for one basic booty. That's a very strong. That's a very strong. That's a very strong deuce of 7 hand of this. Yeah, I know who everybody else on this table is. Obviously, Mike Mersey, Cleeds, and Moo, Moofy, but I'm drawing a blank on Greedy Man. I know I saw your. I wonder if it's listed on the. If it's listed on the club board. Yeah. There's a lot of swearing in these games, especially. So I guess it's just down to the 5 of us. I guess registration is just closed. Right, so we're into Omaha high-low. This is limit game once again. The idea is you're playing for a split pot in Omaha high-low. Let's actually get back down to be watching this. So half of the pot gets awarded to the person with the best poker hand, and that pot always gets awarded. Okay, so it'll go to a pair of aces, it'll go to trip aces, it'll go to the full house, it'll go to whatever the best quote-unquote poker hand in the pot is, and they will always take at least half of the pot. If somebody has a hand that they can make with 5 cards that are all 8 or lower with no pairs or anything like that on them, then half the pot will also go to the person with the lowest, with the best low hand. In Omaha 8, unlike deuce to 7, straights and flushes don't count against you, so the best hand in 08 is 5, 4, 3, deuce 1. That is actually the best hand. That is probably the best hand in 08, period, because not only is 5, 4, 3, deuce 1 going to win you the low pot almost all the time, because it is the low nuts, it is also a wheel straight for the high pot, which is going to win you the high pot a significant chunk of the time. I'm not going to say it's the nuts in a high pot Omaha game, but it's going to win you the high pot a significant amount of the time. So if you can hit the wheel in 08, you're fucking loving life. That's the gin card. That's the hand where you're just kind of sitting there rubbing your fingers, going, "Give me all of your chips, ladies and gentlemen." So as a result, good starting hands in 08 are hands like ace deuce 3 4. Anything with an ace deuce in it is going to be a very strong starting hand on 08. Anything with 3 or 4 cards to the wheel is going to be a great starting hand on 08. You want to play pairs less. Like this sort of hand, I mean, it's double suited. It's the kind of hand you'd play in a straight Omaha context. But in an 08 context, at best, I'm playing for half the pot when I play that hand, and that's almost never going to be a good idea. You always want to have a hand that can play for both ends of the pot if you can when you're playing in a split pot game. Yves, you're greedy man. Okay, cool. Good to know. I kind of figured you might be Mersey Mike there, my friend. I don't know. It was just a guess. It was just a guess, right? So yeah, this hand in an 08 context, I can never hit a low hand. I can never make a low hand with this because I've got a pair of fives. Those are the only two cards I have lower than 8, and I need two cards in my hand to make any hand, right? It's the low in Omaha is the same as the high. You need two cards from your hand and three from the board to make it. So I can never make a low hand on this. So I'm at a huge disadvantage if I ever play this hand in an 08 context. In a PLO context, I'm double suited with two cards to Broadway and a pair. So I'm almost certainly getting involved, at least pre-flop with this hand, right? So big difference between the way that you'd play an Omaha game. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is an 08 starting hand. Not the best 08 starting hand in the world, but it is certainly one. We've got a suit. We got a nut suit. We've got 3 cards to the wheel draw. We have got a pair, so we can hit a set of 4s if we want. We'd rather have a pair of 4s than like a pair of queens, because the pair of queens does nothing for our low hand. The pair of 4s actually works in with possible low hands and things like that. So in an Omaha context, Omaha 8 context, we would rather have a pair of 4s than a pair of queens. Just saying. Pair of aces is sort of the gin pair in pair of aces with a couple of other low cards is like one of the gin hands in gin starting hands in 08. So we've got a pair of 5s and we've got 7-5-4 ace draw for low. Anyone with a 3 ace or a deuce ace in their hand is going to be ahead of us on the low draw. That can change as the cards come out, however, because if those cards get paired, if those cards come out on the board, then they're not useful in the other person's hand anymore. Who is Elron? That's a very good question. It's a very good question. It is a mystery. Elron is the terror that flaps in the night. I don't know if any of you guys will get that reference or not, but Elron is the terror that flaps in the night. How's that? That, of course, is a reference to Darkwing Duck, one of my absolute all-time favorite cartoons from back in the 90s. Very innovative take on the whole cartoon duck thing, I think. Yeah, absolutely. I think Magger and I, or Mogri, that's the way to pronounce it. Mogri and I think could probably make a pretty good Laurel and Hardy comedy team if we tried it. I'm not sure which one of us is Laurel, which one of us is Hardy, and I don't really want to even talk about that, frankly. But yeah, I think we could probably do something like that. He seems like a pretty cool fellow. I was over watching a stream. a couple of days ago. Gave him a bit of love off of Poker News Canada as well. So hopefully I'll get some time to watch his stream some more. He's definitely reinvigorated my desire to play mixed games again. Oh yeah, Raz is a brutal game. When you're running well, it feels like you can do no wrong. When you're running poorly, it feels like you can do no right. Raz also has a lot to do with, especially on the third street, i.e. the first betting round, the card that you're showing up is way more important than the two cards that you have down, right? So we've got a king bring in here. When Moofish folds, I'm raising my 3 all the time here, even though I've got crap cards behind. Once people play back at me, I start to I start to think more about what I'm doing, and I need to look at my board and how boards are coming out. But in many cases, here, I can still win this with a good board run out. And we're getting a good board run out so far. Like my hand looks super strong at this point. Or it should look super strong at this point. Anyways, Mike's, I should point out, Mike's looks super strong at this point as well. So we need to. So at this point, now that we've hit the 10 and we've got a 10 showing, Mike's 9 is not great either, but he knows he's a player. I'm sure Mike is a player that's played Raz before. We've talked about mixed games. I'm sure he knows what's going on. He can read boards. He knows that he is well ahead of my range at this point, and he needs to bet because he knows that no matter what I've got behind, even if I'm playing good cards behind, I might be drawing to a hand that beats him, but he knows I'm behind him right now. So I have to be playing really good back cards in order to continue there, and he knows that. So that's a nice bet, Mike. That was a well played hand. Yep, 5 to a straight, 5 to a flush, doesn't matter. 5, 4, 3 deuce 1 is your best hand in Raz. End of the day, Ace deuce 3, fucking nut start hand in Raz. This is the absolute nut 3-card hand in Raz. Don't get no better than this, folks. Don't get no better than this. It's getting a lot worse with our 10 coming up, but we still have a very smooth 10 that we're working on, so we're going to see at least one more. Draw. Piano Cat. Piano Cat. Wow. Hi, hon. Good to see you. Good to see you here. Thank you, and thank you so much for the sub. That sub is awesome. You are so sweet to have a sub. So we paired our ace, which is gross, but nobody else looks like they're playing a very good hand. So we're actually going to put some money out here. We can actually take this away here with our 10-3. For the record, there is no qualifying hands in Raz, so you can actually win with a pair if your pair is the lowest pair and makes the worst poker hand available. So we're playing a 6-3 deuce 1 draw with a 10-6 as our actual draw. So we're definitely not going anywhere here. We got one card to come, and we can hit a 60. We can hit a 6, which is going to be super strong and be winning almost all the time. We just hit a nice double in the singularity game for the record. Or not a double, but we knocked somebody out. Right, so we're playing a 10-6. Looking at the other boards, it's a good chance that Mike's playing a 7 or a 6. Yeah, I don't think our 10 is ever good here, so I think we're probably folding to Mike's bet. Raj, hello Raj, good to see you as well. Good to see you as well. Glad we're going to be able to see these cards because I know my 10 is no good. Yeah, Mike was playing the 76 like I thought he would be. Limit stud, same 7-card format as Raz, except we're playing for regular poker hands now. You use the best 5 out of your 7 cards to make your best poker hand possible. With standard poker rankings from pairs to 2 pairs to sets to, yada, yada, yada. Nothing special, nothing unusual, except for the fact that we all get our own boards of 7 cards, 3 of which only you can see, 4 of which everybody else sees. It's not a terrible stud high hand. We've got straight possibilities that we can run out to, and that's never a terrible thing never a terrible spot to be in. Didn't actually look at dead cards. One of the things with stud games that is important. Wow, they just gave me the bring in. Cool. One of the things with stud games that's important is to know what cards have already been dealt to the other players, because you can't get those cards in your. So if, for example, I know I'm less likely to pair my 3 here because there's a 3 that's out, right? So you need to look at things like that. If I'm playing 3 hearts here, I don't necessarily want to roll for hearts because there's already 2 hearts out of the board, which means there's 2 fewer hearts in the deck that I can get to hit my flush. So those are the sorts of things you want to be looking at in the stud format, is looking at the other boards and remembering what's out so that you can plan whether or not what sort of outs you have to hit your own hand, if that makes sense. So good to have you back, Piano Cat. Lovely to have you here as always. We're gonna see a flop, or we're gonna see some extra. Well, see, and again, it's less likely, but of course there's still 3s in the deck, so they still come. And so we've got two pairs now. We're not going anywhere with our 2 pairs in a stud high game. Well, yes, Moofish, you're right. I mean, I'm showing low cards, but I'm playing 2 pairs. I'm not playing 8-3. I'm playing 2 pairs, right? So 2 pairs is a reasonably strong hand, although in stud it's not as strong as it could be. Evis and Mike are both playing what look like straights, which is again a strong hand in high. So you can't. That's one of the things. It's a little bit more disguised in high what people are doing. Wow, so we just hit the case 3 to boat up. We just hit the case 3 to boat up, folks. My little lesson on reading the other people's boards, and because I see a 3 out there thinking I'm less likely to hit a 3, we just blew that shit out of the water, didn't we? Supposed to be an object lesson about reading boards. Wasn't exactly supposed to come out this way, but what am I going to do? I might have gotten a check raise in if I'd have checked to greedy. I'm not sure that Evis raises or bets again on the river though. So alrighty, so we're playing stud high-low now, which again, a split pot game where you're playing half the pot is played for the best low hand, 8 or better. So any 5 cards lower than 8, and you can play for the low pot. The other half of the pot goes to the best high hand. There's always a best high hand. There isn't always a best low hand because sometimes nobody qualifies for the low hand. Yes, the reason you didn't know we had a home game thingy, Piano Cat, is because it literally just burst into being today. I created the home game last night. We talked about it yesterday on stream. I created the other day on stream. Mike reminded me yesterday. I created the home game last night and set up, and this is literally the first game we played. Literally the first game we played in here. So it's been the home game's been open for like 12 hours at most. So please feel free to join. I will approve your membership right away. You've missed today's game, but we're going to be playing mixed games. I don't actually think you did bluff there. It looked like you had it looked like you could have had a good, at least a low hand there, Moo. Hard to say though. So this is No Limit Hold'em now. Oh, I got the games mixed up. I thought it was PLO NLHE, but it looks like it's NLHE PLO. Okay, sorry, backwards. So everybody knows this game. Yeah, unfortunately, 20K is the lowest buy-in I can make for play money. I was kind of surprised by that. I was hoping I could put like 100. I wanted to make this first one like 100 play money chip buy-in because nobody knows how to play the games. And really, the whole point of this isn't really, I don't really care what result we get in this game. This is all just so people can have some fun playing the games, learning some new games, and figuring things out. We might get more competitive in these as life goes on, but for now, this is just a lark. Let's play something that's different from. Everybody gets 2 cards, and we deal 5 into the middle and see who has the best poker hand at the end of it. Because after a while that gets a little boring. We all loves our Texas Hold'em, but there are other ways to play this a lovely game of poker that we have. I'm also a huge fan of Badoogie. So I'm sure we're gonna have some Badoogie games rolling through here as well because I just love the Badoogie. It's just it's such a wonderful game because it is all of the essence of poker without any of the specifics of poker, and I love that. Yeah, it's got all of the essence of betting on value and perceived value of your hands. But the way you figure out the value of your hands has nothing to do with regular poker rankings, and I love that. It's completely unique way to look at your cards, and it's really fun. For the record, we've been sort of casually limping along here in the Singularity. We're 2 away from the money now. We are the lowest stack, though. We are on the final table, and we're going to need to get something. We need to get something happening here before too long. But we'll see what happens. Well, exactly, Piano Cat, though. That's why I want to do this. I want to help you guys learn new games. I want to show you guys new games. And we can learn. And none of this initially. That's another reason why I want to make it play money as well, so nobody's actually risking their own, even 25 cents if you don't know how to play the game. That can be. I'm not going to say it's significant, but you don't want to waste money if you don't know the game, right? So that's another reason why I want to make them play money, is that at the end of the day, we don't really care what we spend in our play money. Or at least I don't, anyways. Especially knowing that I can get 15,000 new chips every 4 hours. So I think it's a great way to learn some of the other games and get branch out in your poker a little bit. Hey! Hey, 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 hey! Hey, 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 hey! Look at what showed up today, folks. Look at what showed up today. Subs can use the smiling aileron. So pot limit Omaha is pot limit Omaha. 4 cards. Need two from your hand, 3 from the board to make a hand, and it is played pot limit. Only high, no low hand here, no split pot, just the high pot. So we're double suited. We've got 3 cards to Broadway with an ace and a king. So we are probably not going to go anywhere on this board. The question is, do we want to put some money in, or do we want to see a flop? I think we want to see a flop before we decide how aggressively we want to play this hand. I think we're going to be playing this hand pretty aggressively, folks. Just for the record, we have the nut flush draw. We have the backdoor nut flush draw. We have top 2 pair. So I think we're going to be pretty happy to be putting money into this pot. So we now have both nut flush draws. We brick both flush draws. We do still have our top 2 pair, though, so we're probably calling off any bets here. just because we split with the ace-king of Cleeds. How the fuck do I brick two fucking nut flush draws, guys? I mean, I understand when you brick one, but how do you fucking brick two nut flush draws? You got like literally a 50% chance of hitting your flush. How do you fucking brick a 50%? You know, I can't even hit 50%. Yeah, that's a serious Bricky Martin right there. When you've got two fucking nut flush draws and you brick them both, that's a fucking Bricky Martin. Good night, Giggles. It's always lovely to have you here. Hopefully you can come around and play some of the mixed games later as well with us when we play again on other days. Always lovely to have you here. It's lovely to have all of our little animals in the house today. We've got our kitty cat. We've got our little piglet. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. And here we go, back to deuce to 7. So this is a pretty decent deuce 3-4. Obviously, we're 3 cards to the nuts there. So we're going to be playing this fairly aggressively and doing a 2 draw to the nut 4. So we got Cleeds drawing 2. We're going to draw 2 always here because we never want to play this 10 even. Wow, and we just fucking double pair. Can we switch the game to 5-card stud or a 5-card draw, folks? Can we switch the game to 5-card draw? What the hell did Mike? Do? Mike just discarded 2 cards as well. I think we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see one more here. Yeah, we're gonna definitely be playing one more street with Mike. So we can't pat back the queen. If it was a jack or 10, we might actually consider patting back here with the smooth jack or 10. But we can't. A queen is never going to be something that we can. Queen is never going to be something that we can pat back with. So we have to draw. We draw the king. So we're never going to be good here. But the reason I'm here is because I'm drawing to the literal nuts, right? I got 5-4 3 deuce, and I'm drawing to the literal nuts. And if I hit a 9 or an 8, I'm probably calling here. Obviously, hitting a 7, I've just hit number 1, so I'm definitely calling there. Nice hand, Mike. When you see that come up on the screen, you'll know why I was there as long as I was. Good. Yeah, it doesn't take long to work out the games. This is another nutty hand. 5-4 deuce is 3 cards to the nuts. At the moment, I'm going to draw 1 and see where that gets me. I might actually end up checking. I might actually end up padding an 8 if I hit a decent 8, like an 86 or an 85. I might end up padding. Like if I hit a smooth 8, I'm going to pat that smooth 8 almost all the time, I think. So I need a 3. If I catch a 3, that's a smooth 8. That'll be 8, 5, 4, 3 deuce, which is the nut 8. The only hands that beat me are hands that are 7 high. So Moofish is drawing 1, so looks like they're drawing to a big hand. So 86. We don't have the smooth 8, but we've got a ridiculously strong hand here. We'd be pretty close to nutted if we were playing single draw. We're playing triple draw, so the 86 is somewhat vulnerable in a triple draw context. But I think what we have to do is start putting money into the middle, and hopefully we can clear some people out. It's tough in the limit games because people are going to just tend to keep calling. Because like I say, I mean, I just bet 60 into 600. It's all I can bet. But everybody's got 10 to 1 odds to call me, right? So but we're gonna pat back here. We've still got 2 draws, 2, 2, 2, 1. We're always padding here, but we're going to tank pad a little bit, make people think that we're thinking about it a little bit. So everybody's still drawing. Night Chopper, good to see you. Stream's not muted, I don't think. I have to keep betting my 86 here. Like 86 is not an unassailable hand. It's a strong hand though. Oh, Mike's playing back, so he could easily have capped us out. There are potentially other 8 hands and 9 hands that he can be playing though. Unfortunately, he's in possession against us, so we're going to have to just pat and hope for the best. I think we're going to have to call, pat, and hope for the best. Mike's going to have a decision here as to whether he wants to put in a bet or not. He had a decision there, I think, whether he wanted to draw or not. So he's not playing don't think he's playing like a super smooth hand here. So there's 87 hands that we beat. There's 9s that we beat. I think I have to call. We beat the 87. Wow. Nice hand, Mike. That was a tough one. That was not an easy call for me. Awesome, Shopper. Good. Glad you have sound now. Glad you have sound. We have a home game. We have a home game on Stars now where we're playing some mixed games. Yeah, that's just a gross cooler in deuce to 7. For the record, we are on the bubble. We're on the hard bubble of the Singularity game here. We are also on the soft bubble of the Falling Star booty game. So things are going reasonably well for us on the Unibet tables as well, but we're going to focus on the home game for now. I just had a serious brain fart. I'm sitting here wondering why we're on the bubble in the singularity game and we're not hand for hand. And I'm like, we are hand for hand. We're only fucking playing on one table, guys. There's like 8 people left in the tournament, Lyle. Use your brain. You are playing hand for hand. Every fucking hand is hand for hand. This is not a terrible high-low hand. It's not a great high-low hand either. So please don't come away from this thinking that this is the sort of starting hand you should always play in Omaha 8. Like I said, the pair of queens is kind of crappy because it doesn't play to a low hand, and the A7 is one of the worst. I mean, a sevens. And this is where high-low gets a little weird because you think this is a good flop for my hand, but it's actually about the worst flop my hand could have because we don't want to pair our ace or our 7 because now we've got virtually no chance of winning a low pot here, whereas he's got a very good chance of having a low here that we're going to end up splitting this pot on. So things could go, but we also can't go anywhere, so we're going to be calling down bets here pretty much all the time. We did actually end up hitting a low, which is interesting. 7-5-4 deuce ace and 2 pairs. So I don't think we can actually bet on either of those. But we might just scoop this pot. Wow, we split this pot. Crazy. Crazy. We tied for high, we tied for low. Again, we're not thrilled with that. We obviously like the diamonds that we see, but we're not thrilled when we pair our 4. We now have 8-6 4 deuce ace for a low, which is never going to be the greatest low on this board. But there's a good chance if we've just basically rivered the nuts on both ends now. We're going to be winning this almost all the time. We've got 6-5 4 deuce ace. Basically, the only one is an ace 3 that's going to. Yeah, you will. It doesn't pay me to lie. When I'm streaming, it does not pay me to lie about my hands. Well, that's why we're playing. Play money games, Night Shopper, so people can come in and learn these games for no money, basically. You can just use the play money chips. We don't really care about play money chips, right? You can get 15,000 new play money chips every 4 hours. So it's pretty easy to, over the course of a day, you could probably rack up 60, 80,000 chips. And we're going to be playing 20,000 chip buy-ins, so which is the lowest I can make it. So I figure it's the best way for people to learn how to play games, play the different games, and by watching us play, you can also see. Yes, we love the fact that our cat is back. We love having the cat back curled up on our dashboard. I don't actually know why you were away. I was sort of assuming it was you were busy with dealing with your mother's house stuff was what I was kind of thinking, but I could be wrong about that. Oh shoot, I don't think I set up any breaks in this home game. Damn, sorry about that. We scored a double right on the break here, in the money in the Falling Star booty. So we've made our money back here. So yeah, I mean, I sort of just assumed you were busy with your dealing with your mother's house. And stuff, because I know that's been a bit of a problem for you. So we're in the money actually in both tournaments now. We're also in the money in we're also at the break. We're in the money on the Singularity tournament as well now. So that's cool. We've cashed in both of our Unibet tournaments so far today. We do have a break. Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to kick off some short commercials, and we'll be right back.
No sloppy holes, holiday, no changing clothes, holiday, wash your car the modern way, wash and shine with
Holiday, the car washing cream with the built-in shine. The shine that looks a foot deep.
Knob, you could come right in close like this. See? It says electronic magnifier. And only the Westinghouse television sets have this wonderful new development that give you a real close-up whenever you want it. And all you have to do is turn this knob right here. Suppose, for instance, that you and the children are watching a Santa show with the screen set at standard size, and you want a real close-up. Just turn the Westinghouse magnifier knob, and instantly you're up so close you feel you could almost tell Santa, I want a new Westinghouse television set for Christmas. The exclusive Westinghouse electronic magnifier gives you a picture image half again as large whenever you want it. Takes you right into the center of the action. And now I want to tell you about another wonderful new development of Westinghouse television. It's called synchro tuning. And it means that you don't have to fuss and tinker with the dials like this whenever you want to get a good picture and good sound at the same time as you do with so many sets. Look, here's all you do. You just turn this dial to tune in for the best picture, and you get the best sound automatically. That's the miracle of Westinghouse synchro tuning. And listen, every one of the new Westinghouse television sets is equipped with a built-in antenna. Now that means that you save the entire cost of an expensive roof antenna in a great many localities. You save as much as $45.
So if you want to save money and really see television, see it at its best. Just see me. Yes, let me show you the perfect Christmas gift for all your family. The television set that has everything, the Westinghouse. Enjoy real big picture television at small picture price. Now this Westinghouse set has a 12.5-inch picture tube. And it costs only $269.95. Easy, convenient terms can be arranged. Why not come in and see me tomorrow?
So while we were focusing on the home game, we backed into the money on both the Falling Star and the Singularity tables. So welcome back, Hags. Welcome back, my friend. GG Evis. Good job. So it's one of the reasons why I was thinking about having now setting up a bunch of tournaments where we're just playing individual games, but they're the games that make up the 8 games. So we'll have a tournament that's all deuce to 7, triple draw. That way we can play the entire tournament, focus on deuce to 7 strategy for the whole tournament, focus on what sort of starting hands you want to play with, focus on how to do your draws, that sort of thing, through the whole tournament, rather than having to every 5 minutes keep flipping our brains around to think about a different game. And then we'll do that for each of the 8 games. And then at the end of that time, we'll have another 8-game tournament where people will be able to understand the games probably a little bit better. So we're guaranteed 461 here on the Singularity table, and we're guaranteed a 93 cents plus our 34-cent booty that we've taken so far here on the Falling Star table, which might be as far as we go. We take that one down. The home game is back in action here on this. We're playing Raz though, so we're not very happy with our 9 Queen Ace. If the ace was showing up front, we might be willing to play this hand more often, but with the 9, we're probably never going to play. We're probably never going to play it. Especially not against a 9 bring in. Mike should always raise his 8. And Cleats should actually defend his 9 fairly frequently if he's got anything relative. Certainly if the 9 is the highest card in his hand, he should defend there quite frequently. Wow, this would be a great hand if we're playing stud, but of course we're not playing stud yet. We're playing Raz, so it is a sucky, gross, disgusting hand. At least we didn't have to bring in. At least Cleats had to bring in. And again, this is one of those kind of annoying spots in Raz when you're the bring-in, and you got a guy on your left who's always got a low card to raise India. It gets very annoying after a while. It's an interesting run-out developing, though, because if Cleats has got, like, ace-deuce back, he's actually drawing to a better hand than Mike can possibly have right now. So it's a potentially... Rarely should you ever defend with a king, but Might be one of the spots where Cleeds draws it out. It was looking good for you there, man. I mean, it's pretty rare that you defend a king and win in Raz, but wow, how does a fucking 4? How do you get a 4 bringing in Raz? That's absurd. So we're behind Cleeds now. We're playing a Queen 7. He's playing a 10 at best. So he's ahead of our Queen, but we're drawing to a 76. We're drawing to a smooth 76. So we're pretty happily going to be involved in this pot. And we just hit our smooth 76. So we're definitely going to be playing this pot out. When I say smooth 76, it's because it's 7-6, 3 deuce 1. The 3 deuce 1 makes it the smooth part. Now, it's entirely possible that Cleeds could be playing a 5 or a 6. Could be playing a 75 as well, which beats us. There's a lot of hands that Cleeds could be playing that are ahead of us. We've got a pretty strong hand here, though. I don't think... Do I ever raise a smooth 76 here? Not with his board showing the way it is. I mean, he's showing a 5 deuce 1, which means there's a lot of cards he can have back there in one of his other 3, in 2 of his other 3 that have us beat pretty hard. So I think we're just always calling here. We're never folding, but we're just always calling. Yeah. So like I say, he's playing the nuts there. I'm so glad to hear it's potentially the beginning of the end game for you, Piano Cat. That is, I know that's been like a real, real stressor in your life, and it's never good for us to have stressors like that in our life. So, I'm really sure how I should play this, but I guess it's just a shove, even with, I've got like 15 big blinds, so I can't really credibly just raise. I'm not raise folding. I shouldn't ever be raise folding there, right? So I think just a raise, makes it look like I'm trying to induce. So I think the shove is probably more likely to get light action. No, I mean you had the nut low, you had the nut raz, right? You had the nut raz hand. At the end of the day, you ended up with the nut raz hand. So this is actually an ideal. Oh, I love this sort of hand is great. We bring in with buried aces behind us, which means we're super strong but we look super weak. So when somebody completes and we come back over top, it looks really confusing. But it looks like we're not going to get a chance to do that here because it looks like I'll bet Moofish. Yeah. Oh, that is gross. That is gross. My God, how can you guys fold? How can you guys walk to me when I'm rocking ace deuce? When I'm bringing in with ace deuce? Come on, guys. Jesus, what do you got? You smelling aces out there or something? You got your like fucking you got your ace detectors turned up high or something? Come on, guys. Jeez, give me some love here. Give me some chip love. And not the greatest stud hand in the world, but king, queen. We got 2 hearts. There is a dead heart out there, but so Mufi's paired as 9. We don't have much else going for us. A bluff might work here. I have a feeling we're just giving him chips because I think he's going to call off with his pair of 9s. Oh yeah, he was definitely calling off with 2 pairs. He was just he was trying to trap me into betting there. Haggis bluff. Right now it is 8 game. Head over to Stars and join up the home game if you want to get involved. We're going to be doing some mixed game stuff over here. For the record, we've got our life on the line here in the Falling Star. Not much of a life, but it's a life. It's the life we have at this moment. We're still 7-handed. We luckily get there on the river with the straight to hold and get ourselves a double. Put ourselves in a chance to maybe go a little deeper in this event. Did I forget my delay? I mean, I think we're still on a delay. Right, so this is a lovely little stud high low hand. We're gonna be playing this one for everything that it's worth. I think we're actually gonna put in a raise. Do we want to put in a raise here on 3rd? We are definitely playing the best low hand, but it's tricky to bet big on low hands this early in the run. So now we're going to be betting our low hand pretty strong because we are drawing by far the best low hand. Cleeds is 86, we're 65. But I don't actually want to raise here because I don't want to scare Cleeds away. There's a good chance that Mike and I chop this pot with Mike going for high and me going for low. So we got a 76 now. We are 100% the best low hand at the moment. Mike could be drawing to a better low hand than us. It's possible. Although I think he's got to be playing. I think it's likely he's got another king buried back there. So now that Cleeds is out of the way and I'm not trying to get extra chips out of him, we're going to start putting in the raise to see if we can pretend that we've got a straight here, and we've got outs to a straight for sure. That gives us a pair, so we're 100% continuing to bet here. And that gives us two pairs plus what I'm pretty positive is the nut low at this point. So I think we're going to take down this pot. I think we're going to take down both sides of this pot, frankly. You guys weren't even watching that hand I was talking about on the stud 8 table. Stud high low, stud 8, pretty much the same game. Same stud 8 or better. All describes the same game. It's a split pot between high and low. Krispy Kreme. Once again, I'm putting my stack on the line. You get through. Laddered up a couple of spots on the singularity as well, so we're guaranteed 923 now for 5th. And we are the last place, so we're going to need to do something at some point. This will be the point at which we do something, I think. This will be the point at which we do something. And that something will be to say, Mr. Dealer, please, will you hand me that all-in button? Because I would like to put all of my chips into the middle. Thank you very much. So we're into no limit hold'em down in the 8-game spot. Once again, we are all in. Let's Again, we're all in for our life here on the, we got call this time. We might be done in the Falling Star. Let's see how things roll for us there. Oh, we're ahead. We're not ahead anymore, and we are not ahead. He gets there on us. We're done for 99 cents in the Falling Star plus our booty, so we do make our money back there. Still got significant money coming to us in the Singularity. Let's look at what else is on the schedule that we could jump into. We're going to be all in on the Singularity here. Ace King versus Ace Queen, and we do not get there, so we're down on Singularity for 9.23. Oh no, we do get there. Not really sure why I ended up with chips there, actually. Kind of weird. Let's go back and look at that hand. Sweet, we hold. Still alive. This might be somewhat ill-advised, but I figure I can't really wait around too much longer, right? We had outs. No, we didn't actually. I thought we had outs to diamonds, but he had the bigger diamond. So we're done in 5th place for 9.23. What that means is we've only got this game running at the moment. Let's see what else we can find on Unibet to play. Let's see what else we can find on Unibet to play. So this is 2 suits. So we end up with 2 pairs here. In a limped pot, I'm actually going to put some money in on this hand. All right, I think we found some things to play on Unibet. I just jumped into the Black Hole Nano, a late reg there. And there's a €2 Galaxy starting up in a couple of minutes as well that I'm going to jump into. Actually, no, I'm going to hold off on the €2 Galaxy. I'm going to jump in the €2 Singularity at the top of the hour, I think, instead. I was ahead until the 8 came. Nice hand, Cleeds. Just going to leave that other Singularity up there because we're going to be starting that at the top of the hour anyway, so it's just going to stay up on the screen, I think. There's the black hole. Nano, of course. Actually not too far off being able to play the full-size black hole. Still, the fact that it's a rebuy for €5 makes me a little cautious about it because pretty easy to drop 15 or 20 euros in that before you realize it, because I drop 150 or $2 in the black hole nano on a relatively regular basis. So going to put in a raise here with my nut 3-card draw here. 7-5 deuce is a wickedly strong 3-card draw, so we're definitely going to be putting in our money there. This hand's not nearly so strong. He wins, Hags. He wins the solar like every other day. He's Night Chopper's like crushes that anti-solar tournament. Between Night Chopper and Ant-Man, they and Mike, actually the three of them, they end up cashing that thing like almost every day. At least one of them is in the top cashing spots every day, and quite often 2 of them are battling it out heads up for the title. And more often than not, all 3 of them end up 3-handed at the end. So it's they pretty much dominate that. They pretty much dominate that buy-in. I'm actually not sure why anybody else plays it anymore, frankly, given how often the same. You guys are going to have to keep varying your username so that nobody realizes it's the same person winning it over and over and over and over and over again, because eventually people are just going to stop playing against you. That's a very nice hand. I think you're pretty quickly becoming an ante-only expert, Shopper. Ooh. Nice, Piano Cat. I have not gotten notification yet. I'm just waiting for the notification to come through, and I will approve you as soon as I see it. It's nice to already be in the money. It's nice to already be in the money here for today. Well into the profit range. Good luck all in. Good luck, leads. King, queen, ace, ace. Bit of a sweat. Ooh, that came close to a big bad sweat there. Nice hold for the aces. So, 08. Probably not going to play that hand in 08, even though it's double suited. Not enough low potential to really make that worthwhile. Split pot. Two shorties survive. is not the best 08 starting hand in the world, but we've got a qualifying low. We've got a pair. We've got a suit, so it's not the worst in the world either. We just basically flopped the joint, and we're almost certainly going to be putting cleats out here, unfortunately, buddy. Although you might be drawn to a low, in which case we could split this pot. Yeah, we're going to split the pot because he's going to get the low. Nice split there, nice survival. Awesome, Shopper. Good to hear, good to hear. So I'm going to kick off another 8 game. In 20 minutes time. So by the time you hear this, it'll be like 17 minutes away. There's a good chance we've got a really good low hand at this point. The reason I say there's a good chance our low is good here is because the ace-deuce hands that often play here are just had their low counterfeit in many cases. So Night Shopper, you are in. Yeah, for Unibet, you have to keep stats manually. That's all I can do. Yeah, that's why I've got my big elaborate spreadsheet going out there, because I keep my stats manually. So we don't have the best Raz starting hand in the world, but we'll see how our board progresses. This goes check, check a lot, I think. And unfortunately, Mike just takes it down here. Well, not unfortunately for Mike, unfortunately for us. That is huge, 23. That's really that big. The king's obviously a wasted card for us, but we've got the 7 deuce is a very good place to start building a hand from 2 cards. So I don't think we're going anywhere now that we've got our 3. We're drawn to a 7-3 deuce, which is going to be... We're not drawn to the best hand anymore. Moofish might be... Moofish is probably ahead of us now. We got a 76 5-3 deuce, which I think is a bettable hand here. There's a good chance that Moofish is playing a better hand than us. It's defo not me either. Yes, I certainly will, Night Chopper. And if you're listening to the commentary now, you've been I've been explaining it as we go along, but I will definitely keep doing that. That's why we're doing these games. Fold the ace deuce 3. It's nice Raz hand or 8 hand, obviously, but Yeah. Good games, guys. Mike and I are now heads up with exactly the same chip stack. While in the black hole. Two pairs now in the into the high-low portion now. That's cool, Piano Cat. We'll certainly help you. Learn. That's what this is all about, right? So that you guys can learn new games. Going to be all in again on the black hole as well. We just sucked out big time on Mike. Sorry, Mike, but we just sucked out big time on you. Hitting the flush on the end. Picked up big double on the black hole. You can get 15,000 free chips every 15,000 chips every 4 hours. If you go to the cashier, go to the Play Money tab, I have a button that I can click for collect chips, and then it starts a counter for 4 hours. You can press the collect chips again. You get 15,000 chips every time. So you probably already have some in your account, and then adding 15,000 more should give you enough. Unfortunately, 20K is the lowest Play Money buy-in I can make it. Guess we're just gonna play this for all the chips. Oh, Mike's got the full house. We're in trouble. We don't even have a low draw. Oh no, we did get a low draw. We got super lucky to hit the low. So we got a pair of 10s with a backdoor low draw, so I don't think we're going to go anywhere. We've definitely got the low draw now, 64. Which looks like it's going to be better than what Mike can possibly be playing at this point, so we're definitely not going anywhere. We don't hit the low, so there's a good chance this is a split pot. We'll just check call. Alrighty, so we are on break. We'll be right back after a few short messages.
The Man from U.N.C.L.E., Secret Agents Robert Vaughn and David McCallum continue their fight against the evils of thrush tonight at 8, 7 Central Time on NBC.
When Thrush European sets out to recruit and train a group of young agents, they leave no stone unturned. They are prepared for every possible mission. Unfortunately for Uncle, the technique works. And it's a highly trained killer we face in our next episode.
Consider the possibility that two clever and intelligent uncle agents are being led on a wild goose chase by an 18-year-old Superman.
Well, we'll consider it, sir. Todd, Doc, quick! This is Robert Vaughn. Don't miss the test tube killer affair on this week's Man from U.N.C.L.E.
From the world of tomorrow comes a thrilling new television series, Lost in Space. Here are the amazing adventures of a group of space pioneers marooned on an uncharted planet. Adventure as challenging as tomorrow, as far out as the stars. Spectacle beyond imagination, as the astronauts struggle for survival in a strange new world, where incredible dangers seem to wait at every turn. Intriguing, thrilling, challenging. These are the adventures you will share. Lost in Space.
Tuesday, a lucky shot makes Richie an instant hero.
Want to go up to Inspiration Point with me? I'll show you my fake.
Oh, Richie, you're such a jock.
Then...
Buns.
Hiya, Pinky. How you? It's the love story that shook the world.
And love what?
There's drama. Action and romance. Fonzie loves Pinky right after Happy Days.
Don't come near me.
Thursday, John Amos, Ernest Borgnine, and the cop of the future are set up by a girl on the edge. Then a new puppy brings Chrissy and Jack closer together.
Yeah, there's nothing a girl likes more than a little tickle on the tummy.
Knock it off.
Three's Company after Future Cop and Barney Miller. Saturday, the fun starts when Nancy meets Francie, Sunshine's mom.
Actually, we live a very quiet life here. Oh, I want to. And what do you call this? Bad timing.
Then there's a fire at the fishes.
The empty house 2 doors down, it's on fire.
Could Victor be a firebug?
These children are under my supervision.
Go fish!
And Starsky and Hutch are set up by the mob. Right after Blansky's Beauties and Fish. There's nothing quite like them on television. The Bradfords, not your typical family of 8 children.
I don't wear nightgowns anymore, Daddy.
They'll make you laugh 1 minute.
I forgot to kiss you goodnight.
And cry the next. Just like your own family. 8 is enough right after Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley. America's been waiting for a family show about a real family.
Maybe you're just old-fashioned. Yeah, maybe.
A show that reveals the joys and the sorrows.
You better all dig down and find your pennies because this family could be in deep financial trouble.
The triumphs and the defeats of real people.
Mary, would you lay off him? He's just trying to do his job.
The Bradfords are the family. 8 is Enough is the show. Right after Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley.
Alrighty, we're back with the second home game here. We just ended up with two pairs against Mike's aces here. I think we need to put them all in here. Good game, Mike. Good game, my friend. Well played. Well played, my friend. So we've also got the black hole nano running. We've also got the 2 Euro singularity that just kicked off. For the record, I've got some food in front of me that I'm going to be eating, so I'm going to turn the mic off for a little bit, if that's cool. For the record, this is the second nut low that I'm drawing to on the 08 table here. So we now have the nut low because the deuce pairs anybody with the ace deuce, and our ace 3 is now the lowest possible hand that can be on this board. So we're always winning at least half of this pot. Well, we're always chopping for at least half of this pot. So we might be taking a quarter of this pot, i.e. we might be chopping the low, but yeah, I'll be on talking about stuff more when I'm not eating. I just don't want to be chewing in you guys' ears or trying to talk while I'm eating. I'm almost finished though. I'll be give me another minute and a half, 2 minutes, and we'll be there. Yes, our emote was just approved today. Today's the first day we've been able to use it, so it is now. You can spam the chat with smiling ailerons if you are a subscriber. So we didn't play that because we were paired, but the 3-6 is actually not a terrible, or the 3-7 there is actually wouldn't be a terrible hand to play, even with the pair. Alrighty, I'm back on voice. I apologize for not being around for the first few rounds of this 8 game, but I was getting some food into my tummy. So we are now playing a game of Raz. You're looking for the lowest 5 cards out of the 7 cards that get dealt to you. You will be able to see 4 of the cards that other players have versus 3 cards that are down. And you are trying to build the lowest hand, 5, 4, 3 deuce 1 being the best hand in a Raz. Stud is another 7-card game where you're basically looking for the best poker hand, best 5-card poker hand out of the 7 cards that you have in front of you. Pretty standard game, very much like Hold'em, except that you get your own board. Everybody gets their own board instead of playing a community board. For the record, we have Elron Smelron up here in the 2-Euro Singularity, so that's pretty cool. Picked up some chips here on the Singularity. It's not a bad high-low hand, actually. Yeah, it definitely takes time to learn the games, 100%. So in stud high-low, you're playing for split pots again. So the best 5-card poker hand wins the high pot, and there's always a high pot. The best qualifying low wins the low pot. There's not always a qualifying low. It has to be 5 cards lower than 8. 8 or lower, actually. And straights and flushes don't matter for your low hand in limit studs. So if you've got ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5 of hearts, for example, that's going to be pretty close to the nuts all the time because it's going to be a straight flush for the high, but it's also going to be the nut low. So like it's the straight wheel and the nut low. So you're pretty much always going to be in good shape with that in Raz. The place we have to be careful is that so we've got a pair of 3s here for our high, which is almost never going to win, but we're gonna 8, 7, 6, 3, 1. We're gonna actually be pretty good on our low some of the time here. Good chunk of the time. No limit hold'em, so Piano Cat should be able to play the no limit hold'em. Well, I think we just call off here. Maybe we don't then. Wow, I would have got there with the king. Good game, Piano Cat. So, I don't know if you're interested or not, Piano Cat, but what I plan for the next iteration of this is that we will play an entire tournament of deuce to 7 triple draw, so that people can get used to playing that particular game. Then we'll play an entire. We might not do limit hold'em or those ones because people already know how to play those games for the most part. But we're going to do an entire tournament of each of the unusual games in the 8-game mix, so people can get used to playing them. Then we'll do another 8-game run through at some point. Right, Piano Cat, of course. The solar is more important. PLO, we got a pair of 9s. Sure wish this was high-low. I'd definitely be involved with a lot more gusto if this was high-low, but being just high, we do have fairly good straight possibilities though. So yeah, none of them come through on the flop, so we're done. None of them come through on the flop. Mostly came here for the nut diamonds. Now that we flop top pair, I don't think we're going to go too many places. We're not going to get diamonds this time around. We could easily be up against some big straighty hands at this point. This is a really bad deuce to 7 hand for the record. There's really nothing you can do with that. I'm basically drawing 4 to a deuce if I do anything on that hand. We got 2 people patting. Yeah, that's cool, Mike. I wish I could make the reg on these a little longer. So Ant-Man patted second. He decides to break and draw on third. Very nice hand, Night Chopper. Deuce 4-5 is an excellent starting hand. 5-4 deuce. That is 3 cards to the nuts. Are you trying to wait out the the delay to see what I've raised you with here, man? I mean, come on. Trying to debate if I draw 1 to a 95 or if I draw 2 to my nuts. I think I'm going to draw 2 to my nuts again. We are drawing a 1 to the nuts on the next hand. Don't think Smooth Jack is ever going to win against a pat. Smooth Jack's going to win a lot of times against a 1 draw. It's not going to win against a pat. So I think we have to break and hope for a good draw. That was not a good draw. Going to be playing this hand in Omaha high-low, I think. The deuce 5 isn't super strong. But we kind of hit gin on the flop there. So, like I say, we kind of hit gin on the flop there, so we're not going anywhere. Wow. Sick, 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 sick hand. So we got the second nut low, some backdoor straight possibilities for high, and sorry, second nut low draw, I should say. We don't actually have a low. So we're just playing a pair of eights now. Well, eights and sixes, but or tens and eights, I guess. But any 10 or any 6 is ahead of us, so I don't think we're any good. And we don't have a low because there's no qualifying low. So nobody has a low. The paired aces are obviously no good for me, but we've still got a super strong hand here. Yeah, we're drawing to the nuts. We're going to be ahead of Night Shopper almost all of the time, so I think we just have to be willing to put our money in the middle here with this and go for it. I was playing for the nuts there, my friend. You're lucky to draw out. You're lucky I didn't get there. You're all in for our life in the black hole nano. Yeah, people can't fold fast enough. It's cool. I like it when that happens. Right, this is our stand. 4, 6, 7. Can't ask for much better with our chip stack. Although I don't think Ant-Man's going to play back against us. Into stud now. Nice hand, Shopper. You are just running away with this, aren't you? I guess we'll play our Queen Jack. Should have paid attention to Ant-Man probably playing his king. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's make this pot the pot. Ant-Man's got 5 chips behind. Ant-Man checks with Ant-Man checks with 5 chips behind. That's hilarious. I love it. I love it. I love it. We pair a queen on the end, so we have a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. And we're done in 3rd place. Good game, guys. Good game, Ant-Man. Good game to the winner, Night Shopper. We've still got Unibet action happening. Well, we had Unibet action happening. We still have Unibet action happening on the Singularity table. We do not have Unibet action happening apparently on the Black Hole Nano anymore, however. Yeah, I mean, how many times do we hear from the World Series of Poker about some dude who accidentally regs the deuce to seven single draw tournament and comes out and wins the thing? I mean, I think every third year it's somebody who accidentally regged it who wins the damn thing. So I think for Wednesday's stream, I am going to set up I'm going to set up a deuce to seven triple draw tournament where we can play deuce to seven triple draw all day. We don't have to worry about changing games, and we can start learning a little bit about how to play deuce to seven triple draw, if you guys like. In the meantime, I suggest you, whenever you think about it, click into your cashier, go to the Play Money tab, collect your free 15,000 chips, and just keep adding it so that you'll have 20K buy-ins when we need them on the Play Money side here on. Alrighty, so we've got just the 1 euro singularity rolling, or the 2 euro singularity rolling, although I think I'm going to kick off the 1 euro that starts in a few minutes. I just registered in the 500 euro guarantee shooting star bounty, which starts in 2 minutes time. So we got some more action coming up still for the mothership today. And I also jumped in the singularity that starts in 15 minutes time. So let's fix our that'll be table 1. And that'll be table 3. Alrighty, we are set to roll with a couple more games. Shooting Star Bounties just cropped right up. And since we regged in this €5 tournament, we're just slightly down on our day now. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have any options to extend the late reg when I'm creating the tournament, Ant-Man. It seems to be there. 10 minutes seems to be the default. I can't see any place to change that. But I certainly can. I can certainly have games that start later on in the day for sure. In fact, we could probably throw something else up here if you guys want today. I do have a third game popping up here, so I'm not sure I want to play another mixed game and have my brain diverted from that. But yeah, absolutely. Coming on. What I did is I started one at noon my time today, which is like an hour after I usually start streaming. And then the next one started at 2 p.m. my time, so 2 hours after that. But they were both pretty impromptu, and I just kind of jumped in on a whim, if that makes sense. Like I just picked noon out of thin air when I made the first tournament last night, and then I literally created the second tournament 20 minutes before it was going to start. So today was very much on the fly. We've got Elron, Smelron all in. And they get there. Good for Elron, Smelron. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the spin and go format. Not a big fan of the Hex Pro format on Unibet either. I'm just not a big fan of jackpot poker. Call me an old-fashioned fuddy-duddy stick in the mud, but the poker prize pool I want to play for is the one that is composed of the buy-ins of all the players I am playing against. Period. End of story. I don't want there to be multipliers. I don't want there to be random elements in it. The buy-in is the buy-in. The prize pool is the buy-in times the number of players in the tournament. So, call me old-fashioned. That's poker to me. So spin and goes and hexapros and stuff like that, they just mess with a very fundamental. They mess with something that to me is a very fundamental aspect of the definition of quote-unquote poker. And so I'm just not interested in playing that sort of game. Oh, wow, Shopper. I haven't played squash in years. I was more of a racquetball guy than a squash guy, even when I was playing those. But I did play squash a little bit. It's been years since I've It's been years since I played any of those indoor racket sports. One where you do a lot of squeezing. I love Badoogie. Well, that was an unfortunate hand for us. Oh, no, actually, it's a very fortunate hand we weren't in there. We would have got stacked off with our... Oh, no, he had kings full of aces. We would have had aces full of sixes. Oh, yeah, no, he would have been like... We would have, like, sucked out horribly on him if we'd have actually played that hand. Ace king. We're going to be 3-bet shoving our ace king here, I think, most of the time. We're only 25 big blinds, 26 big blinds deep, so maybe 27 big blinds. So it's kind of a chunky 3-bet shove, but you know, we do have big slick, so. Wow, and the fucking queen just comes. Alrighty, so we're done in singularity. We can't even win our 70-30 spots, folks. Can't even win our 70-30 spots. Give them 3 outs, they fucking hit their 3 outs. What are you gonna do? What the fuck you gonna do? For the time being, anyways, we're still live in the Shooting Star. We'll have the €1, singularity popping up here in a couple of minutes after the break. Queen 7's probably not a hand we're going to get involved with too often here. I think we'll just fold and click off to the break. We'll be right back after these short messages.
Nobody can connect you with more of this country than United Airlines. With low-cost vacations from Hawaii to the New York Islands, to the mountains, to the oceans, to the sunshine, and back again. That's why in the friendly skies we say, your land is our land.
This land is your land, this land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me.
Bewitched has been brought to you by Clairol, creators of the exciting natural look in beauty, to help you discover your most exciting natural look.
If you own an electric hair setter, you can now get droop-proof curls like never before. With new Kindness heat-activated conditioner. Spray it on, roll it up, and the heat activates the protein conditioner to give you extra body. Helps your hair hold up through wind and rain and just plain living. The droop-proof curl. Get it with new Kindness heat-activated conditioner from Clairol. Fantastic.
The Remco Movie Land Drive-In Theater is straight ahead. Here it is now, Betty. Today's double feature. Have Gun Will Travel and Heckle and Jekyll. It looks terrific, Jimmy. Drive right in and park. Let me show you how it works. Switch on the projector, turn the film knob, and you'll see 6 exciting still features. Have Gun Will Travel and Heckle and Jekyll. Captain Kangaroo and Dinky Duck. Mighty Mouse and Farmer Alfalfa. Golly, what clear, big pictures. This Remco Movie Land Drive-In Theater has everything. 6 complete features. Its own giant screen, projection booth, marquee that changes, ticket window, and 6 beautiful cars. Be the first in your neighborhood to own and operate a Remco Movie Land Drive-In Theater. Only $5.98 at your favorite toy store. Remember, every boy wants a Remco toy. And so do girls.
My baloney has a first name. It's O-S-C-A-R. My baloney has a second name. It's M-A-Y-E-R. Oh, I love to eat it every day. And if you ask me why, I'll say, 'cause Oscar Mayer has a way with B-O-L-O-G-N-A.
Oscar Mayer, the first name in Bologna.
How's that?
What's behind the brand of hot dogs you buy? You know you're getting solid value with Oscar Mayer and quality trusted for generations. There's wholesome meat protein from solid cuts of meat, the only meat Oscar Mayer uses. U.S. government inspected, Oscar Mayer selected. Oscar Mayer wieners and beef franks in handy twin packs. The flavor's as good as the good meat itself. Oscar Mayer, America's #1.
Now, here is a corn lover, and there's nothing more gratifying to a corn lover than to know that her mother has given her delicious Del Monte family-style corn. More people eat it than any other corn like it. This is a special strain developed to be sweet and tender. And when a corn lover is eating Del Monte corn, she probably doesn't need to hear me talking about how good it is, right? Well, then I'm just going to go into the living room and talk about corn to the sofa.
Nothing's too good for Daddy and me. Mom brings Del Monte home.
We are back with the 1 Euro Singularity, still in the Shooting Star as well. We end this commercial set off with the creepy Bill Cosby ad too, which is always fun. It wasn't creepy when he made it. It's just creepy now, in hindsight, retrospect. Eventually, we're probably going to see a few with O.J. Simpson in them as well, which will be a little creepy and a little weird too. But it's what happens, you know. Sometimes people that you think are cool, at one time, turn out to be not so cool. Sort of wish we were in this pod, eh? We got pairs on both tables, 7s on the Shooting Star, 10s on the Singularity. We got the ace and the jack overcards here, but I still think we're going to c-bet. We get 3-bet by the big blind in, so we're going to check back here. We got 3-bet over here. I almost wish I would have just reshoved on this dude now. It does feel like the sort of hand that a big blind's gonna, with an ace in it, the big blind's gonna come back over the top with. I should have just reshoved pre on that. That was poorly played. I should have reshoved pre there.
Welcome back to Before They Were Famous. We all know Rainer Wolfcastle as the star of the blockbuster McBain movies, but here's his first appearance in a commercial in his native Austria.
Mein Bratwurst has a first name. It's F-R-I-T-Z.
think we're going to call behind and set mine here. We certainly could 3-bet. Maybe 3-betting is the way to go. Yeah, I think 3-betting is the way to go. There's only one overcard. They check to us, so I think we're going to keep value betting our pair. Sweet. Nice little pot to pull in there. We're doing a bit of spec hunting over here, or spade hunting over here on the speculative spade hunting over here on the shooting star table. We do have backdoor. Might take one more card off the deck for 50. "24 minutes, multiverse. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Let me have a look at that one. So we get the back door right up there in the front door. And then we brick it off on the river. Okay. That's life. Wonder how often ace high is going to be good here. I wonder how often he's just barreling off. I mean, it's a tiny bet, so that said, that's just screaming for value, right? But it's like no value at all, so yeah, okay, the 9. See you later, shopper. It's been great to have you around. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming to play in the 8 game. Thanks for kicking all of our asses in the 8 game. I'm not saying that in a sarcastic way at all. No, I'm not. It's good to have you around, buddy. Always good to have you around. Right, I was going to look at this multiverse that you're talking about. I still feel like a €5 rebuy add-on tournament is a bit chunky for my current situation, to be honest with you. I would love to Yogi, and I think in another, when my bankroll grows another 50 or €100, I might be more willing to start looking at ones like that. But right now I'm pretty much limiting my €5 buy-ins to freeze-outs and bounty events. Simply because I know that it's €5 and done no matter what happens. It's bankroll management. It's part of my bankroll management strategy. And actually, I think I'm winding the stream down as well. These 2 games are probably. I'm actually kind of tired today. I didn't get very good sleep last night, to be perfectly honest with you. So. In one of these weird spots on the singularity table where We're two-handed for no fucking reason whatsoever. Just gonna bump that up, but I think I'll just limp in behind, see what the flop brings. Play my position. Seriously under-rep my hand when it comes with a top two pair. I don't think he has a deuce here very often. He's probably playing an ace-X, and our ace-X is going to be better than his ace-X pretty much all the time. He could be playing an ace-deuce. That's entirely possible. It's probably just a nitty call. I should probably be raising this. I should probably be raising this hand, but it's probably just a nitty call. That was a nitty call. I should have raised. I should have raised there. Especially considering how seriously under-wrapped my hand is there. We're gonna need to get some hands here pretty quick in the shooting star. Blinds go up pretty quick in that. We're pretty short stacked. We do still have like 18 big blinds, but you know that's not. It's nothing to write home about. Runs Army 3. I just noticed at the up here at the Singularity table. I hadn't noticed them before. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mike is 3, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So the moral of this story is it takes at least a week to get your emote approved on Twitch, and it might be 2 weeks. I'm trying to think of when I submitted that. I think it was... I think it was only a week ago yesterday, now that I think about it. No, it was the previous week actually, because where I got the idea for the picture was when I was doing the graphic for the interview I did with Brad Wilson. The picture I sent to him, I was looking at that, and I realized that the Head and Shoulders could make a really good emote, and the rest is history. So I've got a couple of other things I'm going to be thinking about here over the next little while. Hopefully, I mean, the other two are for Tier 2 and Tier 3, so I don't think anybody's necessarily going to be subbing at those levels, so they may not get used, but I'll throw them in anyways. And I'll be able to use them anyways, so. I haven't played the Gargle Blaster in a while. I should go look at that. Oh, so there was a photo I wanted to show you guys. I was talking about this yesterday, that I live in traditional Blackfoot territory. Put in raise here with my 8-9 on the button. So that's an interesting political map of North America, one that you don't see very often. This is the political structure of North America prior to the European colonization. And my town, city, is roughly in the Blackfoot Cree areas there. It's a totally different look from what we see on a map for North America today. But it's just as much a political map as the political maps that we have today. And the fascinating thing I find about it is that it puts a lie to the sort of myth that one of the reasons colonization was able to happen was because there was all this wide open space that nobody was living in. Every inch of North America was under use by a variety of First Nations peoples who had formed their own political alliances, formed their own boundaries, had their own wars, had their own had their own treaties, had their own settlements. They were a fully it was a fully fledged political entity that was coming into, and it's something that we need to, I think, especially those of us here in Canada, need to spend a lot more time thinking about this map that I'm seeing up here, and remembering that the continent didn't always look the way it looks today. So, no real point to that. I just wanted to kind of extend on what I was talking about yesterday when I say that I live on traditional Blackfoot territory, because yeah, that's what this continent looked like 150 or 200 years ago. See you later, Visceration. Good to see you around, as always. Punch the Poochie. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the game. Thank you so much for the resub as well, Piano Cat. I think I thanked you when it came in, but if not, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. All in on the shooting star. With jacks, we get called by the ace. We're in good shape. We're in very good shape. Nice little double up there. It's really tough to fold a full house, Ant-Man, but sometimes, sometimes you just know it's no good, right? Yeah, boat over boat is just one of those gross spots. I posted that map of North America on my Facebook page as well. So if you guys are following me on Facebook, you can see it over there and get a closer look than you had here on the stream screen. I'm thinking. The alliteration is wonderful, Piano Cat. Beaten by better boat. Beaten by better boat. Beaten by better boat. Ooh. Bloody bugger, badly beaten by better boat. Bloody bollocks beaten by a better boat. Top pair of backdoor spades. Since this was all limpy pre-flop, let's put some money in. See who wants to continue on this board. So you don't have any of our backdoors come in, but we're still playing top pair, so I think we're still happy to put money into the middle. Not thrilled when the spade comes in. We do have a spade blocker, though, so it's slightly less likely that they're holding two spades, and I think we just have to keep value betting our top pair. Because they could be here on an 8 or a 3. They could have been here on 9-10 as well. You know, a lot of hands they could be there on as a draw. So I think we have to just keep value betting because it's tough for us to call bets if we check and they bet. Even though it's kind of obviously a bluff in many cases, it's still sort of tough for us to call with our hand. So. No soup for you. No soup for you. That's what you say to soup, please. No soup for you today. I have the kings. I will win. No soup for you. I'm pretty sure soup, please must be a reference to the Seinfeld bit of the Soup Nazi, the famous Seinfeld TV show bit. Soup Nazi, I'm guessing, which is why I kind of went into that riff about it. I don't know why I'm forced to explain my jokes to you guys when I make them. It really probably detracts from the joke value when I explain it after I make it. I should just let them ride. I think we're gonna be putting some money in the middle here. We're gonna be putting some money in the middle here with our aces. I think aces might be a hand that's worth putting some money in the middle with. Alrighty, gonna be nice to take have a chance to take fresh fish's bounty. We like fresh fish. We like fresh fish. I guess I can't reshove because he raised for more. That's cool. So he gets there on the flop, and we get there on the turn. Gotta like that. Dirty, dirty, filthy, filthy. But 169 booty nonetheless. Not really dirty, dirty, filthy, filthy. I mean, the best hand won in the end, but you know. That puts us back into profit again. Ha-ha! Woohoo! If we're going to have emote wars. I'm just kidding. Didn't do my booty dance. I didn't do my booty dance on that one. We got a booty, we got a booty, we got a booty. There we go. I don't know if the booty dance is going to be something that becomes a thing or not. Frightening. Technically, though, you did have 4 of a kind tunics, and I only have full house. At best, I have full house tunics full of ailerons or ailerons full of tunics. I'm not sure which it is, but because 2 trips doesn't play. 2 pairs plays. Two trips does not play. Battle of the Ducks. I do like the Vanessa Fish icon. That is one of my favorite. Emotes that I've seen recently. We do like our fresh fish, though, I must admit. Especially when that fresh fish comes with a nice 169 bounty at the same time. Oh my gosh, everybody. Stunning. We have an appearance from the original fake Elron. Elron 66. The original fake Elron has graced us with an appearance. I don't think my 8s there are good very often. That Tunak song is amazing. It took me a few minutes to actually of watching the song to actually realize it's all the same guy. Actually, at first I thought it was 3 different or 4 different guys in the video. And then it took me a while to realize it's all the same guy, like superimposed over himself a bunch of times, which is really kind of cool. It makes it just that much cheesier and cornier. Put in a button raise here. We got suited gapper, so it's not a terrible hand to put a raise in with. I am SoCal. Awesome, Hags. You too, my friend. You too. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. I don't see I am SoCal on any of my tables. You sure you found the right Elron? Because, yeah, I don't see I am SoCal on this table. And I don't see I am SoCal on this table either. So I think you might be mistaking me for another Elrod. I'm not seeing I am SoCal on any of these tables. Unless I'm blind. Yeah, good game, original fake out run. Eights versus tens, and it just comes down to who has the bigger heart. Who has the biggest heart? Alrighty, ace, king of diamonds. Oh, Coke Monster, of course. Okay, there we go. Gotcha. Then I do definitely see you on the table. I thought you said you're. I thought you said you're. I am Sokol. So I guess we'll just be shoving all in with our ace king here, suited ace king, suited slick. Why do we fold crap hands? Boom, boom, big hold for us in the shooting star. Big hold for us in the shooting star. I definitely see Coke Monster on my table. don't know what that weird noise was. See a notification popping up on my computer anywhere. Oh no, Bubble Degorski. That's gross. Sorry to hear that, Hags. Guess we fooled out our eight deuce. We are sitting right on the money bubble here on the in the shooting star. Should be raising those hands more often in small blind, I think. I don't necessarily think I want to shove there that often because when I get snapped off, I'm in pretty bad shape. I mean, I guess there's still... I mean, I guess I probably still have outs against most of the hands that are snapping me off, but... So I'm usually live. Yeah, I should probably be putting more pressure on there. Night night, Piano Cats. Thank you for stopping by. We have missed you. We have missed you, and it's good to have you back. Hopefully, you get your shit worked out. I do understand if you're too busy doing other stuff or too stressed from other stuff to come and chill with us. But we always love having you. I mean, I think our ace-10 has showdown value here, and I think we're calling because I think we're ahead of everything but a random 9 that hits on the river. Gonna be break time coming up soon. I do need to go do some things on break, so I will be exiting the keyboard. AFK, as they say. Away from keyboard. So we're still alive and fighting with a stack in the €1 Singularity, €50 guarantee. Still alive and fighting with a stack in the €500 guarantee, a €5 buy-in, a Shooting Star bounty. One booty there. So any min cash will pay us our money back. We've already pushed ourselves back into a modest profit here for the day on the Mothership, though. So anything else that happens today is gravy. We are off on a break, so I will be right back after these short messages.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts, Mounds don't. Almond Joy's got real milk chocolate, coconut and munchy nuts too. Mounds got deep dark chocolate and chewy coconut. Ooh. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Peter Paul, Almond Joy's got nuts, Peter Paul, Mounds don't. Because sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
Danny, sounds like you've accidentally invented a thermochemical energy source.
A scientific wonder becomes a nightmare.
Someone's walking around with enough explosive to turn the city into a pancake.
A power that could mark the beginning of the end for the $6 million man. America's classic thrillers come to life. The Hardy Boys' Nancy Drew Mysteries. An adventure into suspense.
There's got to be a way out of here.
You used to go with her?
Forget that.
Oh, Professor, do ghosts leave footprints?
The adventures of America's favorite young detectives come to television.
Follow that ghost.
The Hardy Boys' Nancy Drew Mysteries.
It's happening all around the house, right about now.
I'd like a Triscuit.
I'd like a Triscuit.
I'd like a Triscuit. I know my family, and when they'd like a snack, they'd like a Triscuit wafer.
Great with cheese.
Or with a dip.
Neat with jam. Or just by themselves. And they really are good. Triscuit wafers, they're made from 100% natural whole wheat. And that's good, too.
A Triscuit, baked only by Nabisco.
There's one thing that Pete would just as soon eat every day of his life. He really goes for those noodles, so I give him the Campbell Life. Pete's idea Genevieve, the perfect lunch is any lunch with Campbell's Chicken Noodle-O Soup. There's lots of chickeny flavor and little round noodles for him, but not a lot of work for me.
That's noodle okay.
Give me the Campbell Light.
It's the first show of the new year, and the Captain and Tennille do it right. With their guests Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., John Biner, Muhammad Ali, and Joe Namath. It's the new 1977 Captain and Tennille.
You are the apple of my eye, yeah. Forever you.
Come on, you guys. The sun's already up. It's going to be a golden day.
Let's eat.
Oh, those golden grahams. Oh, those golden grahams. Crispy, crunchy graham cereal, family breakfast treat. Oh, those golden grahams. Oh, those golden grahams. Golden honey, just a touch with Graham's golden wheat.
It's a great tasting part of a complete breakfast for the whole family.
Try those golden grahams and have a golden day.
Introducing the Kodak Instant Camera with a twist. Meet the Crank.
Can you feel a brand new day?
Imagine instant pictures with color. Color by Kodak. Just crank, 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 and in minutes you get bright, colorful, instant pictures with a textured satin luxe finish. See your photo dealer and shake hands with the Crank, the Kodak Instant Camera with a twist.
What you're about to see is the world's most revolutionary telephone switching invention. We call it Super Switcher. It has almost no moving parts, yet handles 4 times more calls than its predecessor. It required an investment of $400 million, but should ultimately save $1 billion a year. And soon, every major American area will have one. Looks dull, eh?
Well, imagine that each of these cars is a long-distance call. This new invention can handle over 500,000 an hour. That's 5 days' traffic on a busy Los Angeles freeway. Super Switcher. It should go a long distance to prevent traffic jams on your long-distance calls.
The Bell System. People using technology to help keep down costs and improve service. Keeping your phone system the best in the world.
So I just love that last commercial in that sequence there for the Super Switcher system from Bell. And the reason I love it is because they are right. At the time, it was an utterly revolutionary system. That entire system, do that on your PC today. Most companies set up a, I mean, okay, that might be exaggerating things a little bit, but you know, you can come pretty close to their Super Switcher on your PC today. It's quite remarkable how revolutionary that was in the 1970s and how completely out of date it looks today. Just watching through the ads on replay now, and I'm watching the variety show Captain and Tennille. I mean, that's a show that can only exist in the 70s. I mean, literally there's no other time and place other than the U.S. Hollywood in the 1970s where the Captain and Tennille could ever exist. It's just gloriously 1970s in like every single aspect of it. Even the format, variety shows, is like entirely a product child of the 70s that was born in the 70s and died in the 70s pretty much. At least in North America anyways. I don't know what the variety... I think probably the variety show format is a little bit more common maybe in other markets, but it had its heyday in the 70s here for us on TV, and it... you know, back Sonny and Cher, Donnie and Marie, Captain and Tennille, all those ones were The big TV variety show folks back then. Pair of threes under the gun. No, we're 3 from the money. We can actually survive there. So I think we're gonna just chill a little bit. See what happens down the streets. I did almost put all my chips in the middle with that pair of threes, though. I must admit, I was very close to wanting to do that. But I think the fact that we are so close to the bubble and that I am essentially got a reasonable chance of getting there, I think I should probably back off and start thinking more ICM play rather than just we need to accumulate chips. We may actually not need to accumulate chips right at this exact moment. On the other hand, if we get the opportunity and we flop something like that, I think we might have to. Boom. Should have known better. Should have known better. Should have known better. Did a shove on a draw. Should have known better than to shove on a draw. Oh well, such is life. Such is life. I don't really have the chip stack to call there, and I'm probably never folding once I'm in that hand. He kind of trapped me in there, but you know, he's probably not loving life, frankly, when the hands get flipped over, and he's playing kings against my up and down draw. It's not exactly the spot you want to be in. The king on the turn was irrelevant because I'm still either gonna draw out against him or not. It's either a pair of kings or a set of kings makes no difference when I hit my straight. So he gave me every possible opportunity to take down that pot. Yeah, I don't regret. I was thinking that it was maybe too wide of a shove, but I actually don't regret that now. Because so I'm taking that down a lot. Pre-flop or on the flop when I reshove, he's going to fold a lot when he doesn't have kings there. Yeah, I'm not so unhappy with it. Even though we basically bubbled that tournament, which is kind of gross, but I think it was too good of a spot. We don't really care about min cashing at the end of the day. I mean, we do want to. The reason we care about min cashing is not because we care about min cashing, but it's because the min cash is the next step that we need to make in order to win the tournament. You never win a tournament without min cashing the tournament first, right? You have to at least make it to the spots where you're min cashing before you can even think about winning the tournament. So that's part of my tournament strategy is that I look at tournaments less as I just need to accumulate all the chips to win at the end, And I look at it more as a series of stages that I have to make sure that I'm still surviving at the end of those stages. And in that particular case, I chose to be extra aggressive to go for the chips instead of thinking about the stage we were in and whether we could make it to the next stage and then start moving ahead. I don't necessarily think that's the wrong way to think about it. I just need to recognize that it's not my normal, or that it was slightly more aggressive than my normal play. I mean, if we get there, of course, we're celebrating, but with a short nod to the poor busted King King, but you know, we're not going to be too broken up over it. Especially not with the way he played it, where he basically gives us every opportunity to get there on him. Limps in pre-flop. Yeah, def ICM wise, it's I mean, I think I have a little full equity there. I don't know. It may well be horrible. I don't know. I do think it's I definitely think it was a case where I was looking at the chips more so than the ICM implications of the spot we were in, which is different from the way that I would normally have played that spot. So that's true. Feels like it's tough for me to just call in that spot with my stack, though. But I guess, and I don't think I can fold when I've flopped the up and down draw like that. Although I guess when he bets out, I can assume that he's got a fairly strong hand at that point, but I don't know. Out of the way with Jack 8. We obviously need some help here, but yeah, I think the cursed aces are cursed pretty much everywhere, Gad. Midas 2 just gets there. Of course, Midas 2 is a familiar player if you've been hanging out on the Mothership for a while. They're quite often playing against us in these €1, €2 buy-in events. So we're pretty low in the standings here in the Singularity, but we're still not in terrible shape. We still got like 15 big blinds, so we still got a chance to make something happen here. That might be one that I'd be willing to play. I'm kind of need to run out. Is it running now? Yeah, it's running now. See, I kind of need to. Don't necessarily want to get started on anything else because yeah, no, I think this is going to be my last one for the day. Unfortunately, I got some stuff I need to do tonight, and I need to run out here shortly. Well, when we're done, got some errands I need to run. So we're coming up on a pretty decent run for the day. I mean, we're like five and a bit hours in. So been pounding. I put in 20 or 25 hours over the last 4 or 5 days here on Twitch for you guys. It's been fun, but Actually, it'd be kind of nice to take a day off tomorrow and sit around and watch Ian. I'm assuming Ian's back tomorrow. I hope he is. Gonna have fun spamming my new emote into his channel. I think that €5 250 guarantee is one I'm going to have to pay more attention to going forward, though, for sure. Likewise with that shooting star, the €2 shooting star bounty that's running now as well. And if I wasn't planning to go out here later, I might jump into those. Nice one, MVE. Well, good luck, my friend. Glad you've had a good day so far. We've had a pretty decent day here on the mothership. We are rocking a profit, no matter what happens here. A small one, but we can improve that if we can manage to get a cash in this one. Although we're not in great shape at this point. We got like 10 big blinds in a dream, but you never know what can happen. Stranger things have happened. We could get our money in good and double. Get our money in bad and get there and double. You know, lots of things can happen in poker. Lots of things can happen in poker. Question is, do I want to try to make something happen with a queen deuce here against Barbator? Probably not. I'm going to fold this one. We can survive at least another round of cards before we have to start really seriously thinking about making moves. So we got a couple of more chances to get some decent hands. Suited queen 3 might be something that I would think about, but don't want to waste chips with a limp. I don't really want to shove that either, so. All right, night-night, Mike. See you later, my friend. Thanks for popping by. Always good to have you here on the mothership. You be careful. You be careful on that shuttle ride home, my friend. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry to yawn in your faces, guys. So in the last 7 days, I'm just under 33 hours streaming. And by the time this ends, it'll be over 33 hours streaming. So it'll be good to have a day off tomorrow. It'll be nice to have a day off tomorrow, I think. It's not quite a full-time job, but I'm basically doing full-time job hours on this stream this past week. We are going to need to do something here relatively quickly on the singularity table, or else we are going to be finished. Just not getting any hands that we can sort of credibly do that with. Yeah, it'd be nice if they ran better tournaments overnight on Unibet for sure. Although I play a few at night, and there's actually some juicy play in them. I don't know. There's a couple of Zeniths later on in the evening for me. That Calypso that I won the other day. So yeah, there's a few interesting ones that crop up in the evening. But yeah, you're right. The pickings are pretty slim. From this time of day on, the pickings get pretty slim. We need to pick up chips. We hit a pair. Not likely that she's connected with this board. Didn't really have a hand that was good at showdown there very often, so I need to do something to make things happen on that one, I think. So I think this is actually a really good spot for me to 3-bet shove. As always, please submit your request and wait for authorization. Well, Tuesday is one of my normal days off. We got the clubs going for us. No such luck, but we at least managed to split the pot, which is decent. I'm definitely putting in a lot of hours for you guys lately. For me too, of course. Shouldn't just say it's. Shouldn't put that all on you guys. If I wasn't enjoying what I'm doing, I wouldn't be here doing it. Still 238, not terrible. Not terrible. Nice run, MVE. Nice job, my friend. Not going to do anything crazy with 10-8 there. We're still alive. Still quite a ways to go until we're anywhere close to money in this one, though. So we still got lots of work to do here. If we want to get any, of the moolah. It's a good prize pool, though. It's gonna be like a €60 prize pool by the look of the numbers, at least. Yeah, €62 prize pool. So that's nothing to sneeze at. Probably not going to do anything to an under the gun min raise with Jack 3. However, there's a good chance we shove this if it folds around to us. Don't know what we do if there's action in front. When it goes limpy in front. I was 100% going to shove over Vin's limp. Not so sure I'm going to shove over the raise now. Yeah, it's tough over there in Stars, man. They're I've never really been a profitable player over on Stars. So there was a time when I was running my stream that I was definitely profitable in the mixed games, but I punted a lot of that profit off on the no limit hold'em streets while I was off stream a lot of times there. So it was pretty much a break even proposition for me. It's not like I made a ton of money when we were doing the Enigma hold'em either. I'm talking like profit of $1,000 or $1,500 over the 2 seasons that I did. So nothing huge, but nothing. Not nothing either. Yeah, certainly not in the big events in No Limit Hold'em. It's really hard. I mean, I have occasionally final tabled. I final tabled a big 220 years ago on Stars for a couple $100, I think it was. I think I didn't win the thing. I didn't even get heads up or top 3. I think I was 5th or 6th or something like that in that one. But it was a decent payback, and it was the big 220, so it was like a 1,500 or 2,000 person field that we started with. But yeah, I mean, in any poker tournament of that size, it's just absurdly unlikely that anyone is going to get to the end. I mean, obviously someone is, but it's absurdly unlikely that any specific person in the tournament is going to get there to the end, if that makes any sense. It's one of those weird spots that's kind of hard to wrap your head around, because it's 100% likely that somebody will win, but it's absurdly unlikely that you will win, and that you applies to everybody. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to that you is everybody that enters the tournament. Just because poker is the way poker is, right? You've got to play well and run good to get to the end in most cases. So it's a pretty rare occurrence. And when there's 2, 3, 5, 10, 20,000 people in a tournament, well, that's even harder. That's even harder to ever get through on a regular basis to the final end. So it's one of the other reasons why a site like Unibet is easier to make money on, because it's actually easier to get yourself into significant cashing positions, even when you don't win, right? So yeah, with the smaller field sizes, you're going to get into the money more often, and you're going to be able to get through to the end more often, just because the variance is going to work in your favor more likely. When you get to the top 1% of a 100-person Unibet tournament, you've just won the tournament, right? When you get to the top 1% of a 5,000-person PokerStars tournament, you still got 49 other folks to get through to win the tournament. You still got like 40 other folks to get to the final table, right? So it's a much trickier, much larger variance deal to try to do it in large fields than it is in smaller fields. We'll be snapping off any action from him. We'll be shoving over top of any raises, and we'll be just generally willing to put our chips in. And we hold! Yes! Gotta love that dirty, dirty, filthy, filthy on the end. We take a nice double up there. So we're live and rolling still here in the with 18 big blinds here in the Singularity. Somehow we're still alive in this 1 Euro Singularity Moofy. I'm not really sure how, but somehow we are still alive. We managed to Ace 10 somehow managed to hold in an ugly spot there against the Queen 8, was it? Queen 7, Queen 8, something like that. Yeah, Queen 7. I mean, I don't blame the guy for calling. I don't even have 10 big blinds when I did that, so it's like I certainly don't blame the guy for calling, but. Yeah, well, we have our weeks here on the mothership where that happens too, Moofy. We get a lot of. Well, you saw the aces earlier today, right? Guy just goes fucking runner on us. Got him right where we want him, and he just goes fucking runner on us. You just got to be able to roll with the punches, though, because poker's gonna deal that to you on a fairly regular basis. I mentioned this the other day, but it's one of the things about life that poker teaches you is that you get a real sense and understanding that probability. So, in the real world, a lot of people have the attitude that if it's statistically unlikely to happen, that means it's never going to happen, right? And I mean, I know people don't literally believe that, but it's sort of the way the brain is wired, is to think, well, if there's only like a 5% chance that this is going to happen, what are the odds, right? Well, in poker, you realize that the odds are exactly 1 in 20 times that bus is going to come out of nowhere and run you the fuck over. So it's one of the great things that poker teaches you is that it kind of reminds you that whether you're on a poker table or in the real world, you might be 99% favorite, but that 1% is going to happen an alarmingly regular amount of the time. In fact, a mathematically predictable amount of the time. 1 in 100 it's going to happen. So, just remember that. It's one of the great things that poker teaches us. No matter how good a spot you're in, unless you have the literal nuts, shit can always go south on you, man. We are down to 2 tables now, 8 to go until the money. We're still not in a money spot yet, but we're definitely in a place where we can conceivably think about getting to a money spot. Nice to get the table change into the blind, so we literally get a full orbit before we have to pay our blind, which could put us ahead of a few other players on the tables. It won't quite put us ahead of Sag Call, but it's going to make it a lot closer to us with Sag Call. Yeah. Yeah, Moofy, that's classic Unibet strategy right there. That is classic Unibet strategy right there. Calling off a large pre-flop raise with 10 jack and just fucking getting there. So this is another game where it's going to be final table pays. I mean, but that's why we make our money as well, right? And it's confirmation bias because we hold in those spots more often than they suck out on us in those spots. Even though that's not how it feels, but it's the confirmation bias that makes us feel that way. We remember the times we get sucked out on, whereas the times we win are just expected, so they don't stick in our brains in the same way. But it always hurts when they suck out on you. So I think it's definitely relevant to that. And we make our money. We make our money on those people that are calling off with the 10 jack, calling off big bets with 10 jack pre-flop because your queens are just gonna crush them most of the time. And I know that's no solace at the moment. And it's the same when I'm running bad. It's sort of the last thing you want to hear, but it's always the truth, right? It's the way it goes, and we just remember those times when they flopped straight on us. Anything can happen at Hold'em, and anything can happen in life. Frankly, that's the motto. That's why poker is such a great analog for the real world, is because it's kind of got the variance and the risk reward of a lot of real world situations distilled down into a very concise, easy to understand package. So I don't want to wax too poetic about it, but I do think poker is a very good analog for our life and how you need to think about decision making in life. Risk reward matters. I don't think I'm going to call here. I only rarely regret it with this hand. It's not really one of the times I regret it. Flopping bottom pair is not necessarily the anything to write home about. 7-9. Not going to go too crazy with that. We're 5 away from the money now. We're not in a money spot, but we're not far off of it. We've got just under 10 big blinds now. So we've definitely got work to do before we're getting anything here, but I think it can be. I think we can do there. I think we can get there. There's a couple of much shorter stacks on the other table. At least 2. So just brought up the other table. Here we got Midas with 4,000 and Idle MK with 6,570. There's quite a few people around the 12, 14 range though as well. So I think we need to play this a little cagey. More cagey than it turns out we played the Shooting Star bubble. I mean, we're not in the bubble yet. We're still 5 away, but we're getting there. So, I mean, we got lots of people like Captain Borgen and Maruna and Sage Call who can easily lose their head at this point and end up busting out ahead of us. So we need to play a little cagey. It's one less person that is likely to lose their head on us. I don't think we can avoid these 6s in this spot. I hate how early possession we're in, but it's a short-handed table, so it's not that horrible. I don't think we can avoid it. We get it through. And we're going to head out on the break as soon as this hand is over. So bit of a funny story. Remind me when we come back from break to tell you the story about how I bluffed a table of regs in a casino in Nottingham. That I was in fact Walter White. researching a new role for a Breaking Bad movie that was coming out. Anyways, we're gonna head off to a break, but we'll be right back. Remind me to tell that story when I come back.
When I was a kid, the closest you could get me to a fish was the aquarium. Now, thanks to McDonald's, I'm the expert. You see, most fish is not government inspected, but all McDonald's fish is U.S. government inspected grade A. And it's all prime white filet. No fish cakes, not ground up, not mixed with other fish. It's a filet of fish. The best-selling fish sandwich in America. Tell them your nickname, Henry. They call me Jaws.
Quality you can taste.
Look what happens when you buy 3 boxes of Purina Cat Chow. You get 1 box free.
Purina Cat Chow. Chow, chow, chow.
Buy 3 bags of Purina Cat Chow and get a coupon good for 1 bag free.
Purina Cat Chow. Chow, chow, chow.
No matter what size you buy, you can mail in proofs of purchase and get a coupon good for 1 free.
Purina Cat Chow. Chow, chow, chow.
So, buy any 3 Purina Cat Chow now and get 1 free.
Chow, chow, chow.
All over the world, the word for great coffee flavor is Nescafe.
We're the world's favorite brand of instant coffees.
In America, Nescafe's great flavor comes 2 ways.
We're the world's best-selling too.
Nescafe Regular in the red label.
If Nescafe can please the whole wide world.
And now Nescafe Decaffeinated in the green label.
We can sure please you.
Same kind of flavor. Nescafe Regular, Nescafe Decaffeinated. What's your pleasure?
Ben Franklin, you've discovered electricity.
No, something really shocking. Look, Carefree Sugarless Gum here, Trident here. Both cost the same, yet Carefree gives you 32% more gum by weight than Trident. And Carefree's taste, electrifying.
Ben, the electricity.
I'll think about it in Washington, A.C.
That's Washington, D.C.
Get more gum with Carefree.
Now in bubble gum, too. More gum.
Carefree Sugarless Gum.
You make this shot, you can have anything you want for dinner.
I'll have Kentucky Fried Chicken, Mom.
You got it, superstar.
Kids love Kentucky Fried Chicken, just like other folks. And with all those delicious fixins, what a meal.
It's finger-licking good. Real goodness from Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Pardon me, what kind of dog food does your dog eat?
Young fella, there's 2 things I know. Checkers and dogs. Dogs like canned dog food. Especially Herman here.
Do you think he'd like Gaines burgers?
Well, he might.
Yeah, leave this to me. Dogs like food that's moist and meaty.
But Gaines burgers are moist and meaty, see?
Go ahead, but...
And they taste terrific.
And you don't know nothing about Checkers, neither.
Gaines burgers dog food. The canned dog food without the can.
I missed my big chance last time. Angie, I'm not going to miss it again.
There it is. That's the Athena 2000 electronic machine by Singer. It's $100 off. Push these buttons. It sews 25 stitches.
Beautiful.
Even measures buttons and makes buttonholes to fit in 1 step. If you missed your chance last time, the big Singer sale is back.
Hey, Debbie, if you was my mother, what would you think of your son now, huh?
Oh.
Why are women so happy about new Tickle antiperspirant? Is it because Tickle is the first roll-on with a big, wide ball? Is it because Tickle comes in 4 fresh fragrances? Or is it because Tickle helps keep you dry all day? Make yourself happy. Staying drier is nicer with a little Tickle. Why are women so happy about new Tickle antiperspirant? Is it because Tickle is the first roll-on with a big, wide ball? Is it because Tickle has a new, quick-drying formula? Or is it because Tickle helps keep you dry all day? Make yourself happy. Staying drier is nicer with a little Tickle.
We're back. 4 away from the final table and the money here in the singularity. Right, so to the story. So a few years back, I think this is like 2012, 2013, somewhere around that time frame. The job I was working for had me traveling to the UK every once in a while for work. Whenever I did that, I usually like to kind of arrange some sort of a holiday either before or after my work time over there so I could go see some part of the UK or whatever. And I just sort of gotten into playing poker and stuff. So I decided to go to Nottingham, check out Dusk Till Dawn. I knew there's a couple of other casinos and poker clubs there. So I decided to head up to Nottingham and check out the poker scene there. So I show up and I wasn't at Dusk Till Dawn when this happened. I think it was a casino called Ali. It was on right next to my hotel anyway, so it was the first one I went to. And I sat down, I walked in, and I did all the membership stuff that you have to do in UK casinos, and bought into the nightly tournament that was like a £35 nightly tournament or some ridiculous thing like that. So I sat down at the nightly tournament, and I don't know, within about a round, I noticed that there's a couple of guys at another table that are kind of whispering and pointing over in my direction. Took me probably another level to figure out, and I finally overheard a little bit about what they were saying, and I heard that they were talking about Breaking Bad. Now, it's no shock to anybody that that's not the first time I've heard myself described as possibly Walter White. So something kind of clicked into my head as soon as I heard them talking about Breaking Bad. It was actually at the time it was very big at the UK in the UK. It was just wrapping up, if not had just wrapped up maybe in the US, but it was still running new episodes in the UK because they were a year or two behind the schedule there. So it was really big, and people were people were talking about it over there quite a bit at the time. So we get to a break time. And I wander up to the bar to grab a drink, and I see these guys that have been chatting and pointing at me, chatting with a couple of the other guys that are sitting at my table with me, who we haven't really been talking much at the table. It's been pretty quiet most of the day. You know, we've been talking a little bit of poker, but not much else, right? And they're looking over now at me and kind of looking side eye at me, and it was kind of weird. So at this point, I figure I'm gonna try to run with it. I'm gonna try to see how far I can take this. I figure they clearly think I'm Bryan Cranston, or they're wondering if I'm Bryan Cranston. I'm gonna see if I can play this. So we get back down to the table, and it still takes another couple of hands after we sit back down at the table before one of the other guys that they were talking to at the break has the sort of guts, I guess, to pop up and ask the question. And finally, he's like, "You look familiar." And I kind of smile, and I'm kind of sitting there, and I wasn't in the hand at the time, and I'm kind of fiddling with my chips, and I'm like, "Yeah, I wasn't sure if people were going to recognize me or not." So I don't know if you guys know, but you know we wrapped up filming a while back in the U.S., but there's talk about a movie. There's talk about a movie coming out, right? And they wanted to actually set a couple of major scenes around a poker tournament that was happening, and I really need to see how people were gonna react to like the Walter White character while we're playing poker. So I thought, you know, maybe I could kind of slide in under the radar in a place over here like the UK where, you know, maybe it wasn't, but you know, what can you do? I was able to keep that up for about 20 minutes. We were talking about what the filming conditions were like in Breaking Bad. I was joking about what a fucking prima donna Aaron Paul is on the set, always coming in late and mouthing off to people, which of course is I mean I've no idea, but everything I've heard about the guys, he's one of the nicest guys around. And at the end, but by the time at the end, I basically had the story down that they wanted to do this around a poker tournament, and I said that's cool. We can do whatever you guys want. Aaron Paul, who actually plays poker, right, wouldn't let me do the scenes unless I actually had some experience playing poker, so that I knew how to react and how to play and how to do things properly. So he had essentially put me up, and I had the table going for about 20 minutes or half an hour before I finally couldn't take it anymore, and I had to kind of break down and let everybody know that I was just fucking pulling their leg, and that I wasn't in fact Bryan Cranston, and I was not in fact the star of Breaking Bad, and I was not Walter White in Incognito trying to beef up for a role. But it was fun. It was fun while it lasted. King 8 might have been a hand I could shove there, but I need to do something soon for sure. I mean, Midas is going to time out, but that's not going to help me at all. I'm still going to need to do something. That's my headset going. It was a lot of fun though. They took the joke well once I revealed everything, and they actually were buying me drinks for the rest of the night. So it was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I lost badly in the tournament, which maybe at the end of the day, them buying me drinks was a bad idea for me, but whatever. It was a fun night still. We had a good time. Alrighty, so I've got no one left to ladder, to guarantee my ladder through, so I'm basically going to have to start putting chips in the middle with just about anything now. Yeah, you might think that that I'm not flattered by being referred to as Walter White, and it depends on the context sometimes, but I don't mind. Walter's an okay dude. Goes a little off the deep end, but he's got his reasons. He's got his reasons. Yeah, like I say, Pinkman's a fucking prima donna, man. Pinkman's a fucking prima donna. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you guys, I guess the UK folks can't tell the difference between a Canadian and American accent, which is not a surprise because there's obviously you can tell the difference between the obvious ones in the UK, but there's a lot of kind of subtle differences, and I can't necessarily tell. Like I can tell there's a difference in the accent maybe, but I can't necessarily tell which one is East London and which one is Liverpool, right? Necessarily. Where somebody in the UK, it's instantly, oh, you're from Liverpool, or you're from, you're an East Ender or whatever, right? Scrimt is all in against the 10s, and he is done. So we get one move closer to the goal of cashing. I think we're going to have to shove our ace-4 here. Got a shove on the other table as well. It also got through, so we didn't actually get a chance to, but we do gain a few chips. I think we're going to shove our ace-4 once again. Sometimes we do a music stream, Moofy. It's not common, but like I'll do a Friday party music stream sometimes. Might be one this week. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go to my day job this week or not. I might be doing that. Ooh, boom! We hit the ace. We hit the ace for a double up. We needed that shit. We needed that shit, folks. So if I stream this Friday, I'm planning to make it a music stream. Usually, what I do with my music streams is I come up with a 10 or a 15 song Canadian playlist, and then other people can add song requests as the day goes on. So that's usually the way I do it when I do a stream request, or when I do a music stream. Music day, music party. Just had a double up on the other table, so Dormia is now ahead of us as well. That's why we're 7th instead of 6th of 11. I don't think we can play back against Marana here. Which will put us in 8th. But that does put Vejo all in. I hope somebody else is in this pot, because I don't really want to have to go up against them and double them up with a 10 deuce. But who knows? Maybe we get there. I mean, Doyle won 2 World Series with 10 deuce, right? So... Wow, we had the 10 deuce dominated. Or we had the 5 deuce dominated. We are hand for hand for the final table here, folks. Can't really do anything with 9-4, I don't think, nor should I try. Nice one. Nice one. Well done, Hags. Not sure what we're congratulating Yogi for either, but nice one, Yogi, as well. Somebody just got crippled on the other table with Ace Queen losing to Ace 3 on a board with Deuce 4-5 on it. Yeah, the main reason I don't do music streams more often, Moofy, is so when you do a music stream, you guys can hear me fine, and you guys can hear everything fine while I'm live streaming. But Twitch makes a recording of the program while you're live streaming. And when you're playing music, when it's copyright music, Twitch mutes the sound on your video. So all the people who stream with copyright music, when you go back and try to listen to their video the next day, there's like huge sections of it that are muted because of the copyright video music, and you can't hear anything of what people are saying. And I like most of my videos to be unmuted, so that's why most of the time I don't stream with the music, and why it's a special thing where I say, okay, on this day I don't care that we're going to get muted, so let's go ahead and have some fun with some music. So, but that's really why I don't stream. But like if you look at somebody like Ian Simpson and you go back and try to listen to watch his recordings, his stuff's muted all the time because he's got copyright music going on all the time. So we've got 2 stacks under 10,000 chips at the moment. So we've got a 14 and a 12,000 stack as well on the other table. 14,000 stack is in a hand with the big stack at the moment. And they're going to the river. Oh, he just got there in the river to double up. That's gross. Didn't need to see that. Didn't need to see that. Should actually put that up on the, I mean, maybe it won't last long enough to matter, but let's see if let's put that up. Okay, so the title's wrong on this, obviously, but this is our other table of the hand for hand. Nice one, Yogi. I mean, not so nice on the misclick, obviously, but nice on the 54 euros, obviously. So, hard to say if this 10 is ever going to be good. I mean, it's top pair. We've been checking through. Sweet. Here, call. So we got a 44.77 stack on the other table. I actually hate doing that, even blind on blind, raising the 7 deuce. Just feels wrong. I know I have to do it a lot of the time, based on this sort of dynamic. I have to do it all the time, in fact, but I still don't like it, frankly. Doesn't mean I have to enjoy doing it. Just because I have to do it doesn't mean I have to enjoy doing it. Yeah, I mean, in theory, so I sort of get what it is. I mean, it's weird. It's a weird spot that I'm in because I am technically like a broadcaster, right? I'm technically like a TV channel or a radio station or something like that. And all of those people have to pay to use the rights, to have the rights to broadcast that music out to other people. So it's a tricky sort of legal place that these right, hand for hand has ended. So we are in the moolah. It looks like we'll be on the final table here in a second. We are guaranteed 224. The other table has closed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, getting your art out there is a good thing. Making sure you get paid for it is another good thing. But it strikes me that, yeah, I mean, if there's a new band that I hear on Ian's stream that I really like that I've never heard before, I'm gonna go look for their music, and I might very well buy some of their music. If I introduce Ian to a band that he's never heard before and he goes, "Holy shit, I really like that," he's gonna go buy their music. So it's worth. I mean, yeah. So I think I agree with you. I think it's weird, but it's a legacy from the times when you had major corporations that if they weren't paying the artists to broadcast the stuff, were basically exploiting all this artistic work for free in order to make commercial dollars off of it. So it sort of makes sense from that kind of old school perspective, but we're just in a new era and it hasn't adapted. Copyright hasn't adapted to the new internet era yet. I don't know how it does adapt in the end. I don't know what it looks like when it does adapt, but that's the problem right now is the copyright, the old school copyright, which was pretty functional for its time. Just doesn't really function very well anymore in the internet age. We haven't worked out what the new system is going to be. So Bulldog is all in. So is a Sage Call. I'm probably not going to be calling off with my Ace 8 here. Certainly not with all these little stacks in. I can I mean, it strikes me that somebody's going to have carnage here of some sort. So there's a good chance we make some real dollars by just folding our hand in this spot. Kings take it. We ladder up one spot, and Maruna is in rough shape. Well, this is probably the one where we come back over top and reshove. Because Maruna's shoving any two cards there under the gun, I would guess, in a lot of spots. So I think our 8s are going to be in pretty good shape against the blinds and Maruna's shove range. Whoa, that's stronger than I was expecting. But we managed to hold. So that ladders us up one more spot to guaranteed 7th place now. And 273 in the bankroll. Another 6+ hour stream. It's been going well for us the last couple of days. Gotta knock on wood and say thank you to the Mr. Variance, because even though he's been around to kick us in the nuts a couple of times, he's has not been terribly unfriendly to us over the last few days. If you have a look at our bankroll tracker. And if you deeply analyze how we got to any of our bankroll numbers in the last few days, you will realize that there was pretty much every spot there's a dirty, filthy, oops, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, we got there moment, which, is part of what makes poker fun, right? That's, and paradoxically, it's one of those things where if you're not getting your money in bad, it's like I always say, if you don't look like a fucking idiot every once in a while, as the other guy scoops the pot when you've shoved into his nuts, you're not playing poker properly, right? But the corollary to that is, if you're not occasionally doing that in a really horrible shape and then just fucking sucking the hell out, it's again not poker, right? So it happens all the way, right? So we get it, and it happens to other people, and that's just the way poker is. And it's one of the things that makes poker entertaining, and one of the things that makes poker a game that you can actually credibly sit down against anybody and expect to have a reasonable fighting chance to maybe do something. So we got 2 overs and we got the backdoor straight possibilities. Probably not going to continue to pot size bets though. Does seem like he's trying too hard, but Does really feel like he's trying to buy the pot there, I got to admit. But you know what? Whatever. Whatever, dude. Not really like I actually had a hand I could fight back with, so, you know, good on you. Suppose I could have reshoved that pre-flop. Maybe that was my move. I actually hadn't realized how short my stack was. I thought I was a slightly bigger stack, so I think I was going to reshove. I was going to shove this on him blind on blind, but I'm not going to call it off with the a6. Yeah, I should have just reshoved the king 10. Or king jack, I mean. When he min raises under the gun there, I should just reshoved. Gosh, ace 8. I think I'm going to call. I'm not sure if I wanted to reshove there necessarily, but you know, I might have wanted to reshove there. Yeah. I mean, I've had an insanely good run the past couple of days. I mean, even with the bad beats that we've suffered, I mean, my profit shows I've just had an insane run over the past couple of days. So I can't I can't really whine. Can't really whine about anything. And I mean, at the end of the day, I can't really whine about anything here on Unibet because I'm free rolling a 300 euro bankroll at this point. I'm literally free rolling a 300 euro bankroll at this point. Started with 0, and here we are 300 euros later. So it's all free money for me at this point. It's all found money. So I mean, I don't tend to waste it just because it's found money. It's you know, the more found money, the better. But yeah, it's fucking found money, man. Great. We didn't need to see Duremia double up there. That's for sure. I really don't feel like I want to bust before Zeldaz. So I think I might take one more orbit and see what Zeldaz does. Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's days where I almost feel like I'm going to lose it, right? Because it's just so unfair. Wow, and everybody's just fucking doubling up. Everybody's just fucking doubling up instead of busting. Come on, people. Come on, people. Bust. Come on, bust. Ah, puta. I knew I should have called that one. Excuse my Spanish, or I think that's Spanish. Excuse my Spanish language there. Although I'm not actually sure I call that shove anyways, to be honest. We don't really care about the extra euro or whatever, but it'd be nice to ladder up. Just for, it is actually an extra euro. We're not calling off with the 10-4 good buddy hand. Valiant effort to bust Zeldaz by, so now we're going to have to actually start playing some hands, because we are no longer waiting for a tiny stack to bust. Connectors, I mean, and I haven't been playing a ton of hands, so they should give me some respect for a bigger hand than I actually have. In theory. Gosh, fours. I don't think so. It hasn't been easy some days. You know, it took a long time. It felt like it took a long time to grind up our first 20 or 25 euros, and then it felt like we were just hovering around 150 euros forever and couldn't do anything to bump it up. But yeah, I mean, it's been, and I mean, you look at the bankroll graph, it's largely been a consistently upward journey for us as well. We haven't really had any huge downswings. I'm sure those are going to come eventually, but finally, we got somebody busting. Alrighty, so now we are basically guaranteed 373. We're going to have to start playing once again. Yeah, it's kind of gross that you can only get those tickets now. That is very frustrating. It's one of the thing I would pay attention to. Although maybe even David's free rolls don't do that. I know David used to have real money free rolls. But yeah, I guess I got in at a lucky time. I was actually able to do it. I mean, when I started, one of the reasons I was able to do it was I actually started when they had a bounty free roll promotion on where they're giving away 2 cents for bounties in the free rolls. And I did great on those the first couple of days I was on, and I would get. I mean, I'm live, and it's not a terrible hand, right? Yeah. So yeah, that was actually the reason I'm able to do this was because of those bounty free rolls. I got probably racked up 20 cents in those in my first couple of days, and that gave me enough to play in my first nano events. And yeah, so it was pretty cool. So I guess I got lucky coming on at just the right time. Yeah, 100%. And I mean, depositing some money to get into this action is not a terrible thing. I'm pretty sure that I'd be willing to put money onto this site to do it if I had to. So I'm hoping I don't have to, but I've still yet to pull any money off of Unibet. I haven't quite built up a bankroll yet where I feel comfortable taking anything away from it. I'm wanting to continue to build my. I'm wanting to continue to move higher up in the stakes. So what that basically means is every new dollar I get in my bankroll, I have to keep there so I can plan to move up. Oh, I just barely caught the mute button in time for that one, folks. So at this point I haven't actually withdrawn anything from the site yet. But I'm hoping at some point when I start getting into a bankroll where I can play the 10 and 25 and 50 euro games, I might be able to start pulling 102 euros, 100 or 200 euros out every once in a while. Putting in our money with the King Jack suited here, I think. We do not hold. His 5s, his 10-5 gets there. So we are done for 373 in 6th place. Let's update our spreadsheet. Sixth place. That gives us a modest 39% profit ROI today, roughly 15, almost 16 euros won on 11.50 spent. So not a terrible spot to be in. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a fun stream. It's been a long one. We've been going for 6 hours and 42 minutes so far. So it's been a long one, but it's been a good one. Once again, this is the third stream in a row that we've run a profit on. So that's a streak we like to keep going. That's for damn sure. We are still not rocking any sort of a max bankroll here, but we're 303 euros and 60 cents. So cool. I'm gonna head off. I've got some stuff to do. So thank you all for hanging out with me here on the Mothership. We're gonna bring this puppy in for a landing though. So that'll be all run out. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.